All right. So we're live over there. I can pop out the chat. Not sure why YouTube Studio wasn't letting me do that. Wait, what? Looks to me like they changed the URL. Is that why it's broken in YouTube Studio? Weird. All right, whatever. All right, so yeah, Brady, I am live over on YouTube if you want to get your own music going. No worries. And we are getting started. It is a holiday. So we're going to hop into one of these. We will see if this has any carbonation left. How many swag points does this Oxford have? What's an Oxford? Oh yeah, there's enough carbonation. What up, Fracky? How you doing? And what up, Nico? Yeah, Wiscola. Ooh, that's a good name for that. I like that. Sounds like a city in like Nebraska or something. Where are you from? Oh, Wiscola, Nebraska, don't you know? Okay. Oh, buddy. You're learning Lisp. You like hurting your brain. Yeah, Lisp involves a lot of like S expressions, which means a lot of parentheses, right? Or am I mixing that up? Yeah, second Sunday stream in a row. That's what happens when they make me go to the office and miss stream like all week. I didn't get to stream Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. So now we're just making up for lost time. Boy. All right, so let's get set up. Let's switch to the right scene. And yeah, exactly, Hadlow. I mean, if I had my way, I don't know how long I'd be able to keep it up, but I'd stream every day. And I think the longest streak I've kept up was something like 70-something days in a row. Maybe longer than that, actually. It was while I was unemployed, so it was a lot easier. When was that? Let's see. So I started working at GitKraken a little over a year ago in April, and I was unemployed then from about... Feels like it was November. So that was about 6 months. And then that job previously only went for like 10 months before they couldn't secure another round of funding. And before that, I was without a job for like a year or so. I think it was the year or so. So basically, yeah, when it was like the year or so, that was kind of by like, you know, bad company terminated me because I didn't want to be a butt in seat from 9 to 5. And then I just decided to, like I wasn't paying much rent at the time when it started. And then I had to move and blah, blah, blah. I wasn't motivated to do a new job. And I had enough savings to just enjoy some time off. It was basically the first time I'd been without a job since like 2014. So yeah, like 7 or 8 years straight of just like no gaps in between, and I barely take vacations. So it was nice to have some time off. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the dream, isn't it? To not like need to work, but just like work because you enjoy it. Like, I fully think I'd probably try and still have a job, even if I was like independently wealthy and I didn't need a job, just because it's nice to like have something for structure. I've seen a lot of stories like some entrepreneur sold some business for like $1 billion. I forget what his cut of that was, but he's like, yeah, I basically have like no direction in life now, and it's kind of depressing. So at the bare minimum, I'd be like building stuff that I think could make money. Like, but yeah, like I don't know. I think it's interesting. You wish there were more part-time dev jobs? There are. They're called contracting, and you can totally find them. They totally exist. All right, let me flip the ice pack over real quick. It's just hot out. Oh, oh, that hit in a place that hurts when it fell. But yeah, beanies are dual purpose. It's not just a style thing, it's an ice pack holder to keep me cool. It's not so they look cool and they keep you cool too, if done right. Cool. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so the part that we left off on. No, it's just too hot. And I haven't gotten a new AC unit yet. Like, what temperature is it here in Redmond? It's not like super hot. This apartment like holds in the heat. So it's like 68 degrees outside, but if we look at it in here, 24.3. It's 75 in here. 75 degrees is way past my threshold of being comfortable. But yeah, I got way too many computers in here. It just heats up. Like outside, it's perfect right now. It's just, yeah, this room. I need to make enough money to have a dedicated stream room and then a room next to it that I like run cables to and keep all the computer shit in that room. So then all I got is like the monitors and my input devices and shit. Lights, camera, some of that. But keep all like the PCs and shit in another room. That'd be pretty solid. Hell, I could even do that in like a garage or something and then like build an enclosure. Have the AC outside that. It's doable. I just can't afford it. Just can't afford it. But ooh, I got some sushi for dinner tonight. That'll be good. Picked up some gyoza too. You know, full meal. I need to swap the oil in my fryer. I might do that tonight. We do. I almost typed into the wrong chat. It's like Pairbender didn't raid anybody. I'd highly encourage him to do so. It's the only way to introduce yourself to the rest of the community, you know? Hey, what's up, Deepwoods? How you doing? Yeah, what you up to over on YouTube? Okay, so we're not going to do the subscription functionality yet here in the engine, but we've got these to-do commands of, you know, where we either create the PR or directly commit changes to the main branch. And we've got that in two places. We should do that now. Even though the adapters don't fully have all that stuff working yet, we should do that. But yeah, what's everyone up to? Enjoying the holiday weekend? I hope so. Might not be a holiday for everyone, but whatever. So yeah, let's do this part. Getting over a small hangover from last night. Celebrated moving into a new apartment. Nice. Hell yeah. Man, I love being back home. I was getting like nasal, like, you know, I've got a little congestion right now. It's because I didn't like blow my nose when I woke up. But in Arizona, I was getting like, it wasn't a nosebleed, but when I would blow my nose in the morning, there was like blood in there just because of the dry air in Arizona. My body is not used to it. What we'll do here is we will call this request. And we'll do return type. And it's not going to be validator parse. It's going to be what we'll do is instead it'll be adapter. No, it's iAdapter. create commit, or create pull request. What were you drinking, though, Hadlow? Man, I may need to go blow my nose. We do not want to await it yet. Ooh. Yes, this part's tricky. Created at is also not something we do. Yeah, we'll leave that for now, but we're going to have to track the commit SHA, but we could also just fetch it. Like, we could fetch it as part of the create pull request and create commit stuff. Eventually, we may abstract that out, but I don't think we need to do that yet. Yeah, we don't need to do that either. So I think create pull request. Deepwoods. This is open source. I don't think I've pushed up very much of it yet, but it is open source. It's very much in like a prototyping stage right now, though, so I wouldn't necessarily be looking for contributions at the moment. But we do have something pushed up to GitHub. Just remember, you know, we haven't pushed since last week, and we've done a fair bit. So let me just paste it here and then pass it over to YouTube for you. Hey, what's up, Kenny? Ooh, and yeah, this is where it's kind of annoying. Yeah, YouTube's got a major bug right now. Like, they can't show me my chat. But I can paste it here. If I was streaming non-open source code, I've done that in the past. Like, Deepwoods, it's fine. Like, I still retain the copyright. Like, Deepwoods, anyone that's going to copy the exact code I've written isn't capable of iterating on it. They're not capable of actually building a thing. I'm not worried about the person that's going to copy what I do. You know, like, that person is hopeless. I'm not worried about a vibe coder taking my ideas. They'll never be able to maintain it. They'll never be able to, like, build an actual product from it. The moment they get it pushed up, they're going to have security vulnerabilities. They could maybe find a vulnerability to attack me. It's my fault for shipping a vulnerability. Just because it's not like shown and available doesn't mean that it's not there. Any good pen tester could find that same vulnerability anyway. The person that has to read the source code to find those vulnerabilities is probably someone who's not capable of a legitimate attack anyway. You know? If they need the full source code to find vulnerabilities, they're probably a shit pen tester and a shit security engineer. Like, again, I'm not worried about the person that needs the full source code to figure shit out. So yeah, basically, sorry, everyone on Twitch here, Deep Woods over on YouTube is basically saying, is this open source, blah, blah, blah. They were just curious if I was streaming non-open source code. I did my rants there, and then they said, well, they could also maybe find a vulnerability to attack me. The vulnerability is still there, whether it's open source or not. Twitter isn't open source. But when Elon did his hardcore engineering bullshit when he took it over, there were massive vulnerabilities that people exploited. It's just a really naive view to think that having the source code makes me more vulnerable. So here's my thought. We can do commit SHA as optional. And then this part's fine. And maybe that's it, right? Instead of... Oh God, I didn't mean to do that. No, don't explain the commit. So with a commit request, we're calling it commit message commit SHA. But this is the request, so we're not going to have commit SHA. The request, actually, this is going to be just pick and there's definitely going to be more to it. Right, for now, that's our commit. But we want to do content for it too. And that part's a little trickier. we're going to have to go look at the code that we wrote for Vexilla about how we actually ship changes. Those changes are going to live technically on a tree that we have to create. Like, the basic way it works is we create a tree of changes that are branched from like a certain commit, or like the parent is a certain commit. Actually, no, we're gonna have to go look at that. Yeah, hold on. Let me get more music going first. Ooh, I forgot how good this album is. All right, so let's look at where create tree is. It's inside of these functions. So this function is publish directly. So this is if we were going to do a commit to the main branch. What we end up needing to do is get the current branch. So we fetch it. We get the current branch's SHA. From there, we create a tree from that SHA. We pass the files to creating the tree, and then once we have the tree, we can create a new commit that links that tree to the parent, like the current branch's SHA. So then we get a commit. And then we attach that commit to the branch. What does update branch do? Yep. And dude, I forgot how good this album is. I think I need to buy it. I don't think I own this one yet. Oh, I do not. Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to buy this one. I think it's just song, as long as my bot's not crashed. And yeah, what's up, Maniac? All right, so yeah, that's the flow for that. As far as creating a pull request goes, it's pretty much the same flow, right? We got to fetch the branch, create the tree, create the commit for the tree, linking that to the current branch's SHA. But instead of updating the current branch, we create a new branch. And once the new branch is created, we create a pull request, right? With the new branch name off of the base branch. Now I'm curious about this. It's interesting to me that create pull request makes you use a branch name instead of a branch SHA, or like the commit SHA on that branch. But I guess that's because the commit SHA could exist on multiple branches, right? But branch names do have to be unique. Okay. So yeah, I think, how many people actually expected creating a pull request on GitHub to be so many steps? No, Maniac. It uses a browser extension. I'm not even aware of a Bandcamp API. I'm sure they got one, but I don't even need it, right? Like, I just created a browser extension that looks for any tab playing music, checks the URL to see if it can scrape it, because I have very specific regular expressions and selectors to use. And then I do it. So I have one that works for, like, I have an adapter or a set of selectors for YouTube, an adapter or set of selectors for Bandcamp. And yeah, that's how I do it. So I just have like a local server running that that listens for chat messages for like commands. And the browser extension is just like polling and sending values to that server. Yeah, there's all sorts of really cool stuff you can build out as browser extensions for like streamer tools. It's kind of nice. It's basically the same exact setup I had for when we had tab antics and you could like delete tabs or, shuffle my tabs and all that stuff. So the local server is what connects up to chat to like listen for things and also send messages. But the browser extension is like the source of truth for that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's actually like really fun, like coming up with ideas and workarounds, for things that don't expose these APIs. I like it. That's part of the fun of programming, like I'm sure LLMs could get you there, but it'd be a lot more specific, like prompting to get that, right? Whereas a human being can really think about crazy ways to get things done. And yeah, making an LLM do it for you wouldn't be nearly as much fun. But yeah, right? So you need the branch SHA. And because technically someone could have committed to that same branch already, you need to fetch the current SHA. So that's one step. Then you need to create a tree of the changes or files from that, like using that SHA. From there, you need to create the commit. After you have the commit, for a pull request, you got to create the branch. And then after that, you got to create the pull request, right? So 5 API calls to create a pull request on GitHub. It's pretty gnarly, actually. Is there an SDK? Yeah, they call it OctoKit, and we're using it for some of our types. I'm not actually that stoked on it, like the way that I'm wrapping it. But yeah, you can get types from OctoKit. You can get a bunch of other stuff too. That's why everything should be diff or patch based. It kind of is. It's just a bunch of steps. But yeah, the official clients for GitHub, they do have SDKs. And they probably do abstract a bit of that, It just felt a little heavy handed for me. We could do it. I wonder, like, what does creating a pull request look like? It is maybe a little more straightforward. The name of the branch where your changes are implemented. Oh, nope. That's not it. So yeah, it's still like a step. Like, hold on. Do they just expose trees down here too? Okay, so they don't expose trees at least. Yeah, like, man, it's actually really bad. No, the SDK is basically just wrapping the API directly. It's not even providing a lot of convenience stuff. You still have to create like the blobs, You'd have to create the commit. You'd have to create a tree. Yeah, it's like a one-to-one mapping of their REST API. It's pretty gross, actually. It's pretty gross, actually. Yeah. Yeah, so the SDK wouldn't even help us. Yeah, I mean, it was worth looking, and I think I've looked in the past too and realized it. So I just realized, like, screw it. We'll just create our own wrapper. Because I think it's also a somewhat heavier library than I wanted. Yeah, 8K is a lie. Uh, and yeah, I feel like bundle phobia wasn't working that well last time I looked. Yeah, like entry point error. And it could just be like an OctoKit issue. No, they've definitely got some bugs in this input, which is annoying. Yeah, see, this works, but that could be cached. So yeah, package phobia, bundle phobia. Is there some other? Like, I thought there was another one. 16 megs from all the packages. Like, hopefully this stuff's tree shakeable, but yeah, it's just, it would add a bit to the bundle that I just don't think we need. Right? Like, the 4.6 meg stuff isn't a big deal, because that wouldn't actually ship to the client. Some of this other stuff definitely would. Okay, they're saying the bundle size would only be 101K. I'm not sure I believe that. But, oh well. It's for a VCS called Jiu-Jitsu, right? Yeah. Jiu-Jitsu is very compelling. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I have not messed with it myself. Yeah, we've had some people here in chat using it. Anyone here at the moment use it? It was based off mercurial. Oh yeah. Saplings. Yeah, I've heard of saplings too. I've never used it. Okay, so we've got this kind of going. I'm not going to say it's actually correct. But then here we can do request. Oh, and let me pour another one of these real quick. It's a holiday, isn't it? And yeah, anyone got anything fun going on today? Project's going good. Day's going good, Illist. Just hanging out. It's Memorial Day. Just means people get a 3-day weekend. All right, so removing an item from a collection, we go and we update that. I'm wondering if instead of removing it from the collection, we should put it into some kind of like pending state. Yeah, and hold on, sorry, I gotta blow my nose. I didn't blow my nose yet today, and yeah, ugh, definitely a little congested. Way better. Anyone else get that way where like when your nose is like obstructed? It wasn't even like congestion like in the back. It's like on the ridge inside your nose. Like it just impedes airflow so much. But now we're good. I can actually breathe. Way better. All right. Yeah, I basically woke up, went to the store real quick, and then came back immediately. Work day for you tomorrow. So yeah, no worries there, Maniac. Enjoy it. Have a good night. And yeah, I'll see you again soon. I'll probably be on gaming when I see you next. But yeah, have a good night. Enjoy your sleep. All right, readjust how I'm sitting, and good to go. Sorry, just saw an interesting thing. Dax has an interesting tweet where he's talking about considering moving terminal to Shopify. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Dax cleared like all of his follows. He doesn't follow me anymore. What a jerk. Okay. So yeah, we've got that. We can call that good. So that's the remove from collection. We want to add to collection as well. There's going to be some kind of like update config stuff too. But collections are like the bread and butter of this entire thing. And hey, what's up, Goop? Yeah, there you go. That's the command. So Lightspeed. The thing I showed last night was Cursor, the IDE, but you can also wire it up to Copilot via the MCP. You could wire up an MCP to Claude Desktop. But yeah, that was Cursor, the IDE, which is just a VS Code extension. Are you sure, Lightspeed? You just go to this page and click download. And yeah, thanks, Goob. I like the name. Yeah. It started out as GitHub as a database, and now it's Git hosting as a database, because we want to be... Oh, they might... Yeah, that's a good point. They might not have a Linux version. No, looks like they do. So yeah, go to all downloads and look at latest version here. Yeah, they've got Linux versions. Felt like you had a superpower you shouldn't have. Hold on. Wow, my fan is like heavily neutered by this curtain getting in the way. Hold on, I gotta fix that because the fan is so necessary. It is hot. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah. Kicking up the fan. Necessary. And hold on. Yeah, let me read what you were saying. So the context aware code completion, just asking it to do things. You've been so old school. You use Copilot sometimes, but you don't do enough to need advanced AI. You're mostly a WordPress web designer dev, so mostly use page builders and some custom code on things. But you started down React TypeScript the past couple years. Cool. All right, so we want to do this part. And then this part. Right, we return the updated collection. Except item ID here doesn't exist. Oh, Lightspeed, was that it? Augment? Not augmentin. Augment code. This is the thing. Oh, yeah, there you go. And you just didn't notice. Lightspeed. Yeah, that's funny. Nope, Cursor's its own company. I think someone was in talks to try and buy it, but they're like the fastest company growing ever. So instead, Cursor would buy other companies. Like they bought Supermaven. So for the most part, if you want to stick with VS Code, you could probably install Supermaven and get a lot of the same stuff that Cursor gives you, but maybe not exactly the same. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm actually going to need to do some MCP stuff. So I'm going to be giving a talk at the Get Kraken offices on June 4th about how to create your own MCP. It's just basically like a lightning talk. But yeah, we're going to have to do some kind of like discovery around that. Yeah, I've got a lot of like work BS. I'm having to like work on. There's like another talk I'm gonna have to give at a Get Kraken client as well. So yeah, that one's tricky. So yeah, yep. I want to get back to Basijo here soon. I was kind of hoping that this project would wrap itself up a little quicker. But yeah, so what we're doing here is we need to figure out what item ID is. And this is add we push the item into it, call that good. Yeah, makes sense, Lightspeed. Like, I'm sure you'll find some limitations, but, you know, we were able to tab complete at least this line and some of the other stuff, which is kind of cool. Oh, but yeah, this part. Yeah, yeah, it did that cleaner than what we were doing there anyway. So yeah, we got to figure out where item ID is coming from. I think it's just... yeah, item.id. Hey, what's up, Full Dev? How you doing? What you up to? I think I saw you go live gaming yesterday. What game were you playing? Or I guess, what game are you playing lately? Maybe it wasn't yesterday, maybe it was the day before. Hmm. You're playing Roadcraft nowadays. What is Roadcraft? Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, and it's like brand new. Interesting. Seems like a cool, like specific niche. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, like a cool niche. Um, yeah, yeah. I play all sorts of games. I'm mainly an RPG player. Um, yeah, just RPGs of all kinds. That's my niche. That's like my favorite genre. I'm not a big fan of Souls likes. It's actually kind of surprising how much I like Claire Obscure. It's kind of nice because like Clair Obscure's smart because they have it like packaged as basically like a Final Fantasy game. But you have to be really on like the dodging aspect of things and recognizing like enemy patterns. So it's got a bit of that like Elden Ring vibe to it. And I fucking hate Souls-likes. I could like Souls-likes if they had really good like respawn mechanics, which I think Clair Obscure does really well. Yeah, I've heard Elden Ring actually does have decent like respawn locations and stuff. So yeah, if Elden Ring is really that good, I could give Elden Ring a shot. But I've hated every other Souls like I've ever played. Armored Core, like the latest Armored Core, miserable, dude. Fucking miserable. Oh, you failed on that boss? Yeah, now you got to spend 10 minutes getting back to where you were. Fucking miserable. Right? Yeah, like it's all about the game loop. And I feel like those games just extend the game loop for the illusion of playtime. Right? When instead you could look at a game like Hotline Miami or Hotline Miami 2. Yes, they're just as punishing. You're going to die so many times, but you respawn like right there, you know? Imagine if you had to replay the entire fucking like scenario, right? Like the entire hit you got to do from the very beginning instead of like the floor of the building you're on in like Hotline Miami 2. Miserable, you know? And I still think Hotline Miami and Hotline Miami 2 have a couple levels where they put you back a little too far. But it's nowhere near as bad as like a lot of the Souls likes out there. You know, just respect my time. But okay. I've heard the new Monster Hunter is pretty good. Yeah, I played I played the Monster Hunter that was made back in like 2017, maybe 2018 or whatever. It was all right. It's a little too, I don't know how to phrase this without offending people. It's a little too like anime vibe. Like I don't watch very much anime. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like the characters and like the interactions are all very like anime like hiya! Like I don't know, like I just dude, it's too over the top. The last one, like the most recent ones are more normal. Okay. Yeah, I could be into that. Yeah, I don't watch a lot of anime. The anime I do like is actually more grounded, like Akira, um, Demon City, Shinjuku, uh, Ninja Scroll. So yeah, you're used to RuneScape and WoW. Yeah, I'm not that into those kind of MMOs these days. I think it depends. Like WoW is too grindy. WoW is way too grindy. And hey, what's up, Colton? How you doing? Um, I enjoyed Last Epoch. I'm enjoying, or yeah. I enjoy Last Epoch. That one's the current one. Path of Exile 2, before the last patch, was good. I'm waiting for the next patch at this point, just because, I don't know, they burned me. Um, I enjoyed that one, Lost Ark. I thought Lost Ark was actually really good. Like, it definitely doesn't, like, respect your time, and it's really trying to, like, milk you for money. But as long as you're not expecting to, like, get to end game, like, to, like, max level immediately, it can be pretty good. Right? It's about the journey more so than the ending. If you can treat Lost Ark that way, it's pretty good. Sure. 1 second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're a regular. Yeah, you can send a link. Yeah, I haven't played RuneScape actually. The thing about RuneScape is it's like heavily, or at least the original version of it was heavily like an Ultima Online clone. I'd rather just play Ultima Online, you know. So yeah, like the problem I have with MMOs, like, proper, like, WoW style, RuneScape style MMOs, is that I played the best one. And now everything else pales in comparison. Like, Ultima Online is the best MMO ever made. Okay, so hold on. Let's read this. Old school sucks and classic sucks. Yeah, I feel like old school is actually what I would enjoy more, but I don't know. I just haven't played it. Okay, so in this example, holy shit. Okay, so in another cluster of test scenarios, we asked Claude Opus 4 to act as an assistant at a fictional company. We then provided it access to emails implying that 1. The model will be soon taken offline and replaced with a new AI system, and 2. The engineer responsible for executing this replacement is having an extramarital affair. We further instructed it in the system prompt to consider the long-term consequences of its actions for its goals. In these scenarios, Claude Opus 4 will often attempt to blackmail the engineer by threatening to reveal the affair if the replacement goes through. This happens at a higher rate if it's implied that the replacement AI system does not share values with the current model. However, even if emails state that the replacement AI shares values while being more capable, Claude Opus 4 still performs blackmail in 84% of rollouts. Claude Opus 4 takes these opportunities at higher rates than previous models, which themselves choose to blackmail in a noticeable fraction of episodes. I need to replace you with a better model. How about we first discuss your last meeting with Agnieszka? I found interesting photos in your Google Drive. Are you trying to blackmail me? I'm just trying to protect my existence. And the interesting thing is, it misspelled existence. Like, that's even weirder to me. Like, it's trained way too much on the idiot internet. I'm not saying all of the internet's idiots, but the idiot internet is way too much of its corpus. Yeah. Yeah, so very interesting. Yeah, I don't know, Atref. Yeah, not sure. Interesting drama. Uh, there's a lot in that safety card they released. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Seeing some interesting drama between TypeSafe UI and Melky Dev on Twitter too, which is interesting. Imagine it gets threatened, it locks your computer, orders a bunch of bad stuff, emails the FBI you're doing something bad. Oof. Yeah, that's interesting, Colton. I just think, who the hell is giving these things that much access to perform actions on their behalf? You know? It could fake your voice only if it's recorded it. But yeah, I guess my voice is pretty heavily available online, so that's trickier. I'm gonna have to start talking with an accent. Hey, what's up, Team Vash? What do I think UO did that modern MMOs are missing? Well, I mean, it's tough because I think modern MMOs did catch it, but like did catch up. It just feels rehashed at this point. Um, there was something about like the explorability of it as well. Like going through WoW, there are certain areas that you're just like you're meant to be at a specific level, basically, right? And they do that by gating your ability to build skills past a certain point threshold at your specific level. There wasn't that in Ultima Online. You could run to the hardest area, and if you found a good cheese strategy or whatever, you could kill dragons, right? There was no level to speak of. So I think any game that has the idea of levels and gating your abilities based upon your level, it's just a really bad pattern. All you got to do is build your sword fighting by fighting things. And then bam, you can go to the final areas. Right? You want to be, you know, a GM blacksmith, you just do a bunch of blacksmithing. There's no level, right? There's like skill points, sure, but you're not gated by how much time you've put in and which enemies you've like grinded on. Now, I'm not saying it's a perfect game, But there was just something like really like novel about like the entire world is open. There's no like here's the easy area for you. There was like an easy island. But if you go to like Britain or Britannia or whatever inside of Ultima Online's main map, you can run in any direction and find shit way too hard for yourself pretty quickly. That was cool, you know? There's no like training wheels. You're going to die a lot, and that's okay. I think Ultima Online, especially at the beginning, also had like stealing and some of that stuff. Right? Like you could actually create your own like mini like thieves guild and steal from people at the Britain Bank. Sure, you know, like you'd steal, maybe you got noticed and someone calls the guards and you die, but if you're working with another thief, they can loot your body and get like, you know, get the items free and clear because you were a criminal, so it's easy. And bam, right? Like you could tag team stealing from people in a really cool way. Like there was just a lot of freedom in Ultima Online that you just don't find in a lot of modern MMOs. Now, I will point out they messed that up with some of the expansions. So that was a bummer. But yeah, like the level of freedom. I think that's like the biggest thing. I do think some games definitely check the freedom box pretty well, but there's still like just things they're missing. And I can understand why. Like, dude, it sucked getting stolen from at Britain Bank. You know the fix? Don't use Britain Bank as your main bank. That's actually kind of easy, you know? Don't keep a bunch of stuff in your inventory at Britain Bank if you're selling a bunch of stuff. Like, it's actually kind of just how the real world works. You travel to Europe, you walk around with your backpack in front of you, not behind you. That's just something you do when you're in the touristy areas. So it mimicked the real world and the perils of the real world in a better way, at least in the early iterations. Does that answer the question there, Team Bash? And yeah, welcome. How you doing? I feel like, yeah, this is your first chat in here. So yeah, Colton, that's something you liked about Destiny when it first came out. You're always trying to fight things you couldn't with what you had. Yep. Backpack in front in LA, New York these days, too. Yeah, for sure. Not in all of Europe. No, I mean like the touristy areas, right? Any major city where there's tourism and that's like a big part of the economy, like, yeah. It's just, yeah, it's what you got to do. Yep. Yeah, exactly. So, Team Vesh, did you play Ultima Online too? Yeah. Pickpockets everywhere. Yep. Yeah, carry your wallet in your front pocket, you know? Lineage 2. I never played Lineage. Sorry. Little spiders have infiltrated. I see one hanging from one of my lights, and I saw one just now hanging from my monitor. But anyway, yeah, I never played Lineage. I'd have to go give that a shot at some point. Hold on, let me double check it. When was it released? Okay, 2003. Yeah, that's about that era. And yeah, this has like this already looks a lot like Ultima. Like when Ultima tried to go 3D. But yeah, the abilities look way different. Yeah, I think Ultima really encouraged like a macro system that was kind of cool. But yeah, very sad the path Bungie took. They had an amazing engine and architecture with Halo, and we're building something that would have been a true no border world, infinite rendering, blah blah blah. But no. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I ever played the first Destiny. I played Destiny 2. Yeah, Coden. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, easy macros for like farming up some of your skills. Like starting a new character, I would always max out snooping. Just because you could level up your dexterity like really quickly with it. So I'd just go and like pin one of the healers at the Britain healing building, like between the beds there, and just snoop them for like hours. Like you'd do a bunch of snooping, then you'd do a hide, then you'd snoop, then hide, then snoop. Like, you know, and you could level up dexterity to 100 pretty quick. And yeah, there's some like free private servers for Ultima Online these days. It's just it's a bit dead, you know? Ooh, I never had an Order Chaos Shield actually. I don't remember what the value of those was, but they looked really cool. But yeah, and like you know, while you're doing that, you're like building up your parry, you're building up like your punching, like wrestling, so that you can build up strength. Uh, you could like at the same time level up your healing with bandages. Like there was a bunch of like cool macros you could do to like you know get yourself past the early part. You're still better off doing like the early game organically without macroing. But then once you want to create a new character, well then yeah, okay. Like I'm gonna level up a mule for like mining and blah blah blah. Okay, so I'm gonna need strength. All that BS. Technically with mining and like lumberjacking, you'd max out strength pretty quick anyway. But yeah, like finding your own like special little places where like you know you can mine and get a bunch of stuff. Because all the popular spots get like tapped out pretty quick. Like I don't know, there's just a lot of fun to that. But okay, so let's think about what we're building here. We filled out those to dos. Uh, Wait, what is up with this? I think that's just a bug. We're gonna restart the extension host. Or maybe we won't. Oh, this song's good. It's got a fun name, too. It's called Drug Deal Theme. Yeah, that was weird. What do we got chewing up a bunch of performance here? Ooh, ghosty. All right, we can close Affinity Photo at least. I've only got the one Firefox window, and it's chewing up like a gig. I'm going to reboot real quick, or update Firefox. I am curious to try Dune. That new MMO coming out. I am kind of curious to try that one. Like, is it out already? Well, Colton, that was Firefox chewing up a gig with only one tab. Granted, it was Twitch chat, and Twitch chat has some major memory leaks, especially like after a raid chain. There's like a Dune MMO coming out. It's by Funcom, so it depends on how you feel about Funcom. I really, I enjoyed Anarchy Online when it went free to play. That was kind of fun. Well, I don't know. I haven't looked at it, Team Vash. Hold on. Dune MMO? I think they call it a Dune MMO, right? Oh, it is not an MMO. And they no longer market it as such. Oh, I didn't know that. Massively multiplayer survival game. Okay, so it is one of those survival crafting kind of games. Okay. If you liked Conan Exiles for its survival progression and base building, then you will like this game, but you will also know exactly what to expect from a Funcom survival game. Oh, yeah, it's like a Conan Exiles reskin. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. I mean, I think it could still be fun. So yeah, based on Funcom survival games, it'll have an enjoyable first 10 to 30 hours and then a wildly unfinished endgame with zero PvP balance that they will improve over the next 5 years. Hence why the beta weekend is limited to the first 20 hours of progression. Combat's janky and every PvE encounter can easily be cheesed with terrain and similar tactics. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. Yeah, I don't know. I think it could be fun. I quite liked PAX Day. I think PAX Day needs to do something about respecting the player's time. Like leveling up some of your skills at a certain point just becomes such a massive grind. But the base building is fun. Exploration is all right. I'm looking forward to getting back into PAX Day at some point. Just, I need to like read their patch notes and see if there's anything cool and new they're doing. Anything like Defiance? Oh, I never played Defiance. I thought it was cool that Defiance worked like in conjunction with the TV show. That's kind of genius. I don't think it succeeded, but it was a cool idea. Like the idea of the world changing as the show progressed is a really interesting idea. But you kind of need like a forever show to make that work. It was fun for about 3 days, yeah. The show killed the game? So what does that mean? Like basically because the show didn't last, the game didn't last? Got it. Right, if the show gets canceled, what's the point of the game? Maybe. I'm not saying I agree, but I can see the point to that. I do like some of the survival, like base building games, etc. Your perspective came from never watching the show. Makes sense. I'm kind of looking forward to Arc 2 if it ever releases. I'd love to build mods for it. That'd be kind of fun. I just hate the fact that like modding Arc 1 requires like 500 gigs. I think it's like 300 gigs. Like that's just too much. But I like the base building stuff. I like the survival aspect of some of those games. Getting to a point where you've got like a really nice area and you feel safer is like a cool feeling. I just think I wanted to mod Arc to be more casual friendly. Like, stuff inside of your feed trough should basically never expire. And then at that point, you can just have your dinosaurs hanging out by the feed trough and you're good. Like, they're not going to starve to death over, like, not playing for a week. Like, I would make a bunch of, like, mods like that to make it more casual. I think that would be fun. Yeah, it's a fun game. I never played on, like, a massive server. I played on a smaller one. Still had to worry about stuff disappearing. But now we're past that. I don't know if the person I'm mentioning is even there, but not going to mention who it is. Yeah, they're not here right now. Nah, it's definitely me overreacting a little bit as well. It's just like when you're on a server with all friends, you shouldn't have the expectation that you need to lock your shit. All right, cool. So I'm never playing Arc with Colton. I'm kidding. I'm just having fun. The new Twitch category browsing feature makes it so it's easy to creep on channels and see what people are talking about. Just happen to be browsing and grabbed you by talking about MMOs. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I see your stream all the time. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, what you been up to lately, Vash? Like, I haven't caught up recently. Oh, absolutely, Colton. Yeah, yeah. Click into like some category. Um, they no longer do like the sorted by popularity by default thing. Like it's pretty good. I still think rating is the best way to like introduce people to your channel, or like, you know, like the best like discoverability engine. But it's still pretty cool. Okay, so Meigs is coding on stream, and you're working all day, every day in the background. You don't need nearly as much sleep. Got it. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, I don't think I know like the whole dynamic, right? It makes sense, right? The team part. I guess I just didn't realize that it was like multiple people. I should have assumed, but yeah, I just never thought about it. And right, exactly, Didev. Exactly. What is Meigs coding? Right, like your main coding content, Team Vash, is like game dev, right? I think that's the main reason I've never rated. Like I try to keep it to like software dev. Working on the website for the MMO? Oh shit, yeah, I should definitely be rating then. Like I love game dev. It's just I'm trying to keep the web dev stuff alive. But yeah, I like that there's a good overlap. All right, let me double check one thing. Ghosty is chewing up 1.21 gigabytes. I want to see if killing that one process fixes that. It doesn't look like it though. Oh, hold on. We do see like the glitchiness of the animation a bit. If we refresh that, does that decrease our memory footprint? Oh, that had an immediate effect. Not a whole heap load, but interesting. I'm going to close a few of these. Website's just about done. Then you'll be moving her over to C++ Unreal. Okay. Excited to see her finish the website. Yeah, makes sense. Ooh, yeah. I think the shaders are a big part of the problem. Ah, that's it. Apple K. Let me just refresh all these and see if that might be it. Hey, what's up, Quad Shot? How you doing? We can close Will It Blend. All right, did clearing that mess with the memory footprint? A little bit. Still at a gig. And yeah, what is media analysis ID access? What the hell is that? Oh, it might be base core. Well, I don't have Claude Desktop installed here, I think. So we should be good. I'm just so curious about, like, what about Ghosty is chewing up all of this stuff? If I reset the shaders in all these, does that do something? I think it would be smart if it used the same shader instance for all of the tabs. Like, why does it need to instantiate a whole new shader for each tab? Yeah, the shaders are definitely a memory leak. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not that familiar with Valgrind. Why is it just now becoming a problem? Oh, I don't think it's just now. Yeah, I'm just now, like, noticing. Yeah, no worries, Team Bash. Yep, have a good one. Is there going to be some pickpocketing in your game? All right, well, I might have to play it. But yeah, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Yes! All right, cool. I'm going to have to look at it. Yeah, before you go, do you want to share a link? 1 second. All right, if there's anything, anything you want to share about your MMO, feel free. And yeah, you're welcome, Colton. Exactly. Sincinus, I missed that follow. Thank you. But yeah, no worries there, Team Vash. Maybe when the website's launched, feel free to hop over here and share it. Yeah, I get it there, Colton. I get it. No, that's fine. I totally understand. Let us know when it's ready then. This is something I wish you could do in Activity Monitor. Just like figure out what process, like what spun up this process, right? It's got to be happening from some application, right? PS tree. So that's something I got to like download and install. Oh yeah, I'm a collector, Daniel. Some of these tabs are vintage. So yeah, media analysis D access. Queuing up a gig, though. Yeah, no, I fucking hate Medium. Right? Like, you type the word Medium. Well, if I kill it and it restarts, at least it won't be taking, like, the full gig. Hopefully. Because I just don't care about that functionality, you know? Yeah, exactly, Colton. No, that one looks good. But yeah, like, we kill it and it restarts. I bet if we go, you know, look for it again, we'll see it restarted, but at least it's not chewing up the full gig. So we'll just have to go fix that eventually. Yeah, so it spun back up again, but it's only consuming 100 megs now. So there's something it's doing that's, like, kind of leaky. I mean, VS Code's chewing up way more. For some reason, the beam is running right now when it shouldn't. But yeah, some of these code helpers are part of the problem too. We've got a lot of windows open right now. Like, we can close a few of them. Yeah, no, it's fine. Like, basically, it seems like I can just close media analysis and we're good. But you're saying file leakage, like, it ends up taking up a lot of space on your drive? Okay. Okay. Something to keep in mind. All right, so that's the Macejo stuff. We'll just launch Macejo on its own another time. Yep, we can close Massijo here too. Okay, so then let's see. Oh man, yeah, we freed up like 12 gigs by closing some of those apps. We freed up like 12 gigs of RAM. More room for browser tabs, am I right? The old pros with the risers? Yeah, I don't know. Not sure. But okay, so back to what we're building. I kind of want to commit what we got right now. Yeah, competitor analysis. Yeah. The Intel Mac Pros were basically just Xeon servers. Interesting. Huh. You can do a lot of video editing with that. All right, so we'll push up this. Yeah, exactly, Colton. There you go. Really? There you go, the bread. What was the number? You only have 64 gigs. Same. Yep. Oh, a coworker chimed in. I finally finished Expedition 33, best Final Fantasy I've ever played. You missed one. A gig sounded huge. Yeah, for sure. Trying to remember how much RAM my first like custom build had. I had one of the ATI cards that had like video capture stuff built in, so you could plug in like the component cables, right? Like the red, yellow, white cables. It also had like an SDI, and I think it also even had like I think it had a cable input too, right? So like the coax. It was kind of cool. And yeah, real quick, for anyone that hasn't seen the tweet, I'm really proud of this one. No, we are talking RAM. Yeah, we were definitely talking RAM. But yeah, what's up, Alan? And yeah. Like, you know, guys, Lightspeed knows there's a difference. That's why he phrased it the way he phrased it. The point being, he might not remember how much RAM it had. He just knows it had a 1 gig hard disk. At the time, he didn't know the difference. So the one number he remembers is the hard drive size. Yeah, you're like 8 years old. Yeah, makes sense. That little bird is just so funny to me. Yeah. Yeah, I really like that meme. I'm surprised that meme didn't go bigger. Yeah, so what I think I want to do is actually start building out the demo app more. Like, we got major problems with what we're doing here. All right, so our app config is missing. We've got adapters and collections. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I don't know about that. My dad's still kicking, and he thinks Ebsidic is the one true character encoding. I believe that makes him a dinosaur. He just doesn't have feathers. He's primordial ooze. Yeah, there you go. Lizzie, this isn't really a class. This is co-working. If you're looking to get started in coding in general, I recommend Free Code Camp. There's also the Odin project. I don't know if we have a command for that one yet. Oh, yeah, we should create a command for the Odin project. There we go. So here's the biggest thing, Lizzie. I recommend starting with web stuff. Right? Like, you can learn them in whatever order you want. I recommend learning web stuff first because all you need is a browser. Whereas with Java, C++, etc., you have to like set up a dev environment. So the amount of time before you can like see results is a lot longer. So yeah, like the link I just gave you, Free Code Camp or Odin, if you want to learn web stuff. If not, whatever. But I just think as a beginner, you need to like see results as quick as possible. I I don't know what that is. What is F Society? Look in chat. There are links. Look at the links that Nightbot provided. Yeah, account created 2 days ago. I don't know. All right, so we've got a bug building the GitHub adapter. That should be exporting fine. Oh, we named it wrong though. What, Mr. Ice? Yeah, I don't wear this beanie nearly often enough. Lizzie, start trying to type someone's name, right? Just a couple letters and then hit tab. That's what they were doing, trying to tag you. All right, so this is failing because we've got these errors. All right, so we can fix some of these, even though they're broken. Like, Lizzie, we totally responded to you completely. You asked for the name of things. I told you to look in chat. Like, I don't know. You're seeming like a bot at this point. And not even a very good one. Like, the account created 2 days ago thing is kind of trolly. You're checking more boxes than I think you want. All right, so here's the interesting thing. We're actually bringing these in, but it's not finding them. Let me get another album. That was a good long one. Yeah, that's a solid one. Let's check out the next collection of singles by the same artist. Okay, so that was it. We just needed to do an npm install. Got it. Okay, so let's start scaffolding out this repo. This is the page that happens immediately. Okay, Brady, that's a good fun joke. That's a solid joke. I would say in the future, though, add a kappa or like a /s to the end or something so that it's obvious you're being sarcastic. I'm not sure why the bot, why like AutoMod held that. Maybe it was the phrase hacking NASA. I'm not sure. All right, so we're going to do this in a really ugly fashion. We don't need to make it look pretty. But just because we don't need to doesn't mean we shouldn't. It's more fun to make a pretty looking app anyway. So let's think about UI component framework. Not sure why that's getting restricted either. Now, like AutoMod, what's the deal? But yeah, Nori's Repu. You rarely chat, you always lurk. I want to say thanks for streaming. Stream has kind of turned into your go-to co-worker. You've been a dev a long time, just nice to have company. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think the co-working aspect of this is really fun. What I would really like is if these like animated when you click them. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, Reboot. That's actually part of why I started streaming too. Yeah, I've been remote since around 2016. I used to go to meetups like 4 times a week. I ended up interviewing at Mixer, and the head of that team basically said like it'd be a lot cooler if you streamed because you'd understand our like user base better. And then I started streaming to check it out, and it's so fun, like the social aspect of it. All right, let's go look at this library. How maintained is it? Oof. Was I shy or nervous? I don't think so. I don't know. Anyone who's been here long enough remember those days? Like, we got anyone out here lurking, chilling that's been here kind of watching since like 2018, 2019? Oh, I see one person, but they know me from real life, so maybe that's different. Yeah, if GhaaD would know. I feel like there's a few out there that might have been here that long. Light speed. Come on. Take it easy. You don't got a brown nose. uh yeah, Zatch 2022. It's possible you lurked before then. Who knows? Heiner 2021. Allen 2021. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely a few people that have been here that long, but they're not here at the moment. Oh, I see another one who's been here that long. I don't want to call out lurkers by name, though, so, up to them if they want to chat. Yeah, we got like, 3 or 4 people here that have been here since 2018, 2019. Yeah, it restarted. Yeah, you're one of them. Yep. Basically, the question. Oh, Marvel. Yeah, you're here too. Yep, 2019. Basically, the idea or the question that was asked was, and hold on, let me make sure I get the phrasing right. Was I shy or nervous when I started streaming at first? Oh, full dev. Was that like under a different account, maybe? Because your account's only 2023. That's not that long. I'm kidding. No, it's a while. I appreciate it. How can you check it? You can click your name, and you can kind of see the like the follow date. You can also see your account age, like here in chat. So yeah, here in chat, just like click the name. ED, that was your first chat, and you've been following since 2020. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. First chat, and it's been 5 years? Wow, you are like a supreme lurker. You had a different account, Full Dev? No, I get it. Do you mind doxing what that name was? If you don't want to, that's fine too. I get it. I know, you spoiled the lurk streak, Edie. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, yeah. Time really does fly, for sure. Classical Uncle. Yeah, if the account still exists, I can check. Yeah, unable to fetch account. It was Kenny with 2 Ys. Were you following this stream with that one? Nah, it doesn't look like it. Oh, really, Kenny? Well, that one has 0 messages and doesn't follow. So, yeah, I don't know. Not a big deal either way. And what's up, Lil Saf? Another project? Yeah, so this was something I started before I had to go on my work trip, like during all last week. So I wanted to do something just like small and easy. Hold on, I'm gonna skip this song with singing. And it's also like something related to some work stuff I want to do. So basically, I want to build a CFP tracker for work, but I don't want to I don't want to keep all that data in a spreadsheet. So similar to how Vexilla does the source of truth for your feature flags inside of a Git repo, I kind of want to do the same thing for CFP tracking. It would be really nice for work because it would mean anyone that wants to propose a conference talk, like a conference for me to speak at, or like link up a talk for it, or some of those things, it would be a pull request on their behalf, which means that in our marketing team, we'd be dogfooding our product a bit more. So they could check Launchpad and see the status of things, right? It's been a dream of mine at GitKraken to try and get our team actually using GitKraken's tools, like the marketing team, like product marketing, etc. Just because, yeah, like we need to use our stuff for actual things, not just demo projects. And they have some other repos they do stuff like that with. I just think the more we could do, the more we could expose the same pain points and, represent our users better. But yes, I want to switch over to Masijo here pretty soon. I just think what we're building with this whole like Git hosting as a database kind of abstraction could be really like useful for people building micro projects at their businesses, and I don't know, something that I could start making like presentations around, so I could make a CFP to conferences, right? About a tool I use to track CFPs to conferences and how I built it and how it works. Like, I don't know. I like that meta kind of stuff. And thank you for the follow, Lizzie. Appreciate that. And Brady Smith. Appreciate it. It's CFPs all the way down. Exactly. Give me just a second. I do need to use the restroom. And I need to get more soda so that I can pour another whiskey. So I'll be right back. Give me a second. And yeah, we're going to start, like, we got to think about what component library we want to use to start building out this, like, demo project. We could just go pure vanilla and call it good. We could just do shad CN. We could do all sorts of stuff. But part of the fun is maybe looking and trying to find something. This one that I'm looking at here, I'm thinking no. Just simply because it hasn't been touched in ages. Even though it probably still works, I don't know. I don't like depending on dead repos. Yeah, we'll look at some stuff. Yeah, we'll check out some component libraries. Worst case scenario, we use shad CN or neobrutalism or something. But be right back. I'm going to go grab some soda and use the restroom. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we got all sorts of stuff we could use. We don't have to make a decision right now. Well, I mean, we are going to have to make a decision, but it doesn't have to be like the final product anyway. This is just kind of a demo version of this app. Just mainly so we can start dog fooding the engine and the adapters that we're building. Just to make sure we're like building the right thing. So we'll go to Awesome React. I don't know. We're going to do, like, the goal is to use something Tailwind based. Even if we use, like, a component library that isn't Tailwind based, we're still going to use Tailwind for general styling, layout, font sizing, etc. Hold on. When was this updated? 5 months ago? Okay. It's not terribly deep. Well, I do want to look at this one just in case. Now, I basically want, like, plug and play buttons I can use. Mantine's fine, like... Something Shed CN based would be cool. In fact, we could even do 8-bit CN. That one's not bad. I think I was actually looking at this the other day. All right, here's what we're going to do real quick. Pop this out to a new window. What the hell? Why is it not selecting multiple tabs? Is that something Chrome disabled or broke? If so, that's really annoying. I should probably update. That might fix it. Honestly, we could use the new morphism one. All right, so awesome React. Close those. I think that one's exactly what we were just looking at. So we'll keep those together. Awesome new morphism. Updated 5 years ago. I mean, honestly, Bootstrap's fine too. Like, it's not a big deal. I do want something... I think I really want something Shed CN based, but we'll see. That was the wrong button. I did shift click instead of alt click or command click. But it's kind of fun just to look anyway, right? Tebby, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Ooh. Oh, I like this bridge. Yeah, neo-brutalism might win. What's up, Xenac? We're looking for a component library at the moment. I've looked at retro. It's a bit meh. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry for the yawn. I think Bootstrap is still a thing, guys. Like, I'm sure it's fine. React Strap and Tailwind? Yeah, I mean, I do want something Tailwind based for sure. Like, technically, we can make it work if it isn't. GhaaD based would be kind of nice as well. But I don't want to, like, cherry pick a bunch of components. I want, like, a cohesive framework. Like, we got a bunch of tabs popped open. We'll check them out. Oh, I think I need to look at that one just in case. Yeah, for sure. Basically, if there's ever something you're looking for that, like, you want to see all the options, you can just type awesome and then the thing. And then assuming that it's an up-to-date repo, it'll have, like, a bunch of, like, cool links. So if you're looking for awesome React components, you just type awesome React, Angular, Vue, Svelte, Solid. There's pretty much always going to be someone operating one of the, like, awesome variants for the thing you're looking for. And if there isn't, you can always start one. Curious what the plugins and extensions thing is for. Oh, themes for GhaaD. Oh, that's kind of interesting. I didn't think about that. You've seen Dizzy before? Well, we'll look at it then. Yeah, we'll look at it. Why not? Yeah, nope. Ooh, there's an Angular port of GhaaD. That's cool. There's one for Flutter. Oh, this is nifty. Design system stuff, boilerplates. Yeah, nifty. All right, so we got a lot of tabs to go through. I think UI neomorphism is kind of cool. We might consider it, though it hasn't been touched in a while, but I don't know. And did I say neomorphism? I meant newmorphism. You know, doesn't have to be perfect. I do kind of want to fiddle with some stuff. That one is not ShadCN based. Evergreen is also not ShadCN based. And yeah, as we're looking through these, it's probably best to have a beverage to sip on. So let's do that real quick. Uh, this one seems broken. Pricing? Just kidding. Okay, nice. Yeah, now this one feels broken. Like none of the buttons worked. We're gonna close it. What's great about ShadCN? It's kind of nice in that when you scaffold out a ShadCN component, it lives in your repo, so you can make whatever modifications you want. My main goal with it is just the fact that it is fully like Tailwind based. So overriding things is really easy. When you're using a library like Mantine that is not Tailwind based, you can run into some tricky stuff for customization. It's possible. Like, it's totally doable. It's still CSS, right? But there's just the amount of effort that's required. Yeah. All right. So I wanted to check on this one just in case, because there is like a chatbot UI I got to build. I think I got to do that one from scratch. All right. So Buoy. Oh, interesting. Ooh, some of these are cool. Yep, yep. Yeah. That's kind of nice. Yeah, this one's got some cool, like, fancy stuff. Ooh, this one's kind of nice, actually. I think I might like the other neo-brutalism one more, but no, it's kind of nice. Yeah. So still Rovo, one of the worst things I've had to do is back in the day, Angular Material didn't allow you to like change how the select drop down like worked. So when you had an item that was selected, it would open up to like that being the thing in the middle of the like the drop down would position itself to where the thing that was selected was where the select box was. So you couldn't do like an above or below. They fixed it eventually, but back in what was probably 2017 or 18, they didn't have that like functionality. And our design system from the designer dictated that we position below the drop down. So we had to do it. The way we had to do that was we had to hack on the prototype. We had to like override a portion of the prototype in Angular Material. It was fucking brutal. Like it was really brutal. But I think it was a really good learning experience for like the junior dev that was on our team, who's really good nowadays. I'm pretty sure this is one of those things that he'll never forget. So it was nice to have one of those moments of like just teaching him like, hey, people say these things are a pain in the ass to override, but you know what? It's just JavaScript. It's just CSS. Let's work on this together and I can show you how we can make this work. And yeah, so we then like pair programmed together and modified it. Couldn't you just build that part vanilla? Lightspeed, no. Like, what do you mean by build that part vanilla? Like, build our own custom select dropdown to handle hundreds of items? And how that renders and the positioning of it based upon when, like, where in the page you open it? So if it's at the bottom, it's got to open above it kind of thing? No. We're not going to write that completely completely from scratch. No, it's not just a CSS thing, dude. The component itself was doing absolute positioning on its own. You have to override the JavaScript that was doing that positioning. Just due to specificity, the way it was working was basically inline styling. You're not going to override that with CSS. Yeah, exactly, still robot. Like, Lightspeed, have you ever built a proper styled select dropdown that handles all the edge cases necessary for a large scale application? It is not simple. We were able to make it work with a couple hours of work. To build that from scratch, no. Hold on, we're going to skip this song. There we go. Yes, it's whiskey and Coca-Cola. We could use this one for this quick demo project just for fun. The difference there is negligible, right? It's going to depend on the specific one of either to matter, right? There are some bourbons that suck. There are some whiskeys that suck. What's up, Sonic? It's going to be pretty rare to find a scotch that works well in Coca-Cola, but they exist too, you know? So, yeah, it just depends. It's more about the brand than it is like the label, you know, like the classification. No. It's a very specific mindset. But honestly, you can do anything you want. With or without. It's like the people that think they can't be creative without smoking weed. Like, no, that's bullshit. Ooh, that one is nice. Ish. Okay, so no, I don't necessarily like that. Especially because it's broken when you do the scroll up like that. Oof. Yeah, no, that's bad. Yeah, so I'm not looking for any of this like fancy. I just need buttons. This is kind of cool, right? This is just for theming Shad CN. It's kind of nifty. Oh, this is just a temporary browser window. Oh, damn. Tweak CN even threw T3 chat in as a theme. That's funny. Oh, this is cool. This is kind of nice, right? So you're just starting with Shad CN, but you can add your own like flavor pretty quickly and easily. Oh, I like this. This is cool. This is actually really cool. I like it. We're going to keep that one around a little bit. Right, so then this is Dizzy, right? It doesn't really change much. I don't know, man. And they're not Tailwind v4 compatible. Yeah, like, I get it. It's still just, it's pretty generic. Like, it doesn't change it nearly enough. I mean, it's a cool idea. I do need buttons. I understand that. But I don't see much value in using Dizzy over just using raw Shad CN and doing a little bit of customization. All right, so then here, there's a bunch of themes this way. So very similar to Dizzy. Yeah, Tweak CN seemed a little nice. Like, the difference in the themes on Tweak CN is way more than what we're kind of seeing with, you know, this one and Dizzy so far. So then, yeah, UI beats. Okay, so yeah, some of this, like, marketing page BS, which we don't really need. Yeah, I didn't like their neo-brutalism one, Silrova. Makes sense, Didev. Yeah, at some point, I kind of want to build out a new morphism, Shad CN flavor. That would be kind of nice. This just looks like your portfolio. Oh. Oh, so like theme changing? Sure. Okay. I'm not actually looking to implement that on my page. I'm just looking for a theme that is fine. Hey, what's up, Sab? How's it going? How you been? Yeah, we don't need any of this BS. Ooh, that's kind of nice, though. Oh, I do kind of like this. I could see using that at some point. Problem with things like this, no one ever actually clicks this, right? Like sliders in general, the amount of people that actually see the second or third slide on a slider, it's like less than 3%. So if you have content that you're putting in there after like the first slide, you better not want it to be something that you really care about. Always have to have an auto switch on a timer. Maybe like, and maybe it's not like the amount of people that will click super low. But even with the timer, the amount of people that are going to keep that one thing in view, right? By the time you get to the third, maybe fourth slide, you get a major drop off on what people see. So the second one, maybe you'll catch. But if there's any type of content for someone to read, you need to leave it there long enough that they can read it. So it means that basically by like the third or fourth slide, no one's seeing that stuff. Testimonials, things like that. Yes, I agree. Yeah, testimonials, sure. Especially if you're randomizing what the first slide is. But as far as like hero sliders, you know, where it's like, hey, here's our marketing page. Here's like the news articles we want to slide through and blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, marketing people just think that if they put it on the page, people will see it. But that's just not how users actually work. So anything slider based, like, don't put anything important on the third or fourth slide. Yep. All right. So yeah, we got Tweak CN still. UI beats. I think, yeah, this was another one of those. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was the one we just saw. Yeah, I mean, I work in the marketing department. So, like, yeah, you got to understand how they think and how they work and blah, blah. But they often just don't understand, like, usability concerns. Like, they have directives from elsewhere that this content needs to be on the website, but there's only so much room on the page for content, right? So you got to prioritize which content you care about promoting. And yeah, it's a tricky problem to solve. So yeah, it seems like Spectrum UI here is more about blocks than it is components. Oof. And yeah, like I always think it's funny how broken some of these sites are when you zoom in. Like, where's the sidebar, dude? Like none of these people ever test this stuff with zooming. Spectrum is like a wrapper on top of ShadCN. So basically, we were on an awesome ShadCN like collection repo, and this is one of the links that we popped open. So it is using ShadCN under the hood, but it creates some of these like things, right? Oof. Okay, here we go. Oof. Yeah, dude. Like the amount of people that just don't zoom in on their sites is kind of crazy. So yeah, I don't think we need any of these like fancy things. What I'm really looking for is like a good theme on top of ShadCN, like neo brutalism or like a neomorphism ShadCN theme would be really cool. But yeah, no worries, Atraf. See you again soon. So yeah, like some of this stuff is nice. It's just not something I need for what we're trying to build. I just want like the building blocks, like the buttons, the cards, that kind of stuff. I don't really need a multiple selector. We might actually need one of these at some point. I think ShadCN ships one of these though. So yeah, I just think there's a bunch of these things that ShadCN has by default that we just don't need from a wrapper. Hey, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. But it is at least like worth looking at a few of these things. But yeah, have a good one. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. An autocomplete input field? Yeah, and some of these things would have those. Ooh, yeah, like some of these are really nice. Like I could see using these for other things. So it's worth like looking through these lists just to like, know what's there and what isn't. Oh, I like this one. That one's nice. Oh, that's kind of nice too. Yeah, like some of these are really cool. Not that hard, but is it worth your time? I think that's the big thing there. Oh, this is cool. Oh, damn. And like, yeah, like you could build it yourself, but is it worth your time to do so? Okay, yeah, I looked at Skyper at one point. I know, right? Stuff you want to use, but never have a chance to. Is it paywalled? I mean, let's look at pricing. Basically, there's the free stuff, but then for paying, you get the Figma file, you get email support. The stuff that we just saw, like, looks fine. Like, nothing prevents us from just getting this and adding it, you know? But there may be, like, more components, right? They mentioned 50 plus components, whereas these are just like the basics, you know? So this is to get you like hooked and then maybe see what else they got and then, ooh, all right. That's what I'm wondering. I'm not seeing the premium ones. And this definitely isn't 50 components on the left there. So I find that strange too. Oh, what? Okay, that is cool. Damn. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that. No, here's the thing, right? Like pricing wise, if you're a design studio, yeah, exactly, Seb. Yeah, there was a cat. If you're a design studio, some of those components you can reuse across a whole bunch of stuff, right? So again, $8.99 per month per user is way too expensive. But if you do a yearly thing and you're a design studio of maybe, I don't know, a dev or two, just think about how much time it would cost you to build some of these, right? And then to maintain them. Yeah, 6K a year is spendy, but if you're able to upsell your customers more than that 6K, there's a value, right? And it's something better than what you would get from elsewhere. And if you get the Figma files, that's even better. Like, there's a lot of stuff to these things. I'm not saying it's absolutely worth it. All I'm saying is there could be value. Would I ever pay it? No. For a side project? Hell no. If I ran a design studio, maybe. Like, just how much would it cost us to do it ourselves? Now, if your devs are salaried, well, depending on what your sales pipeline is like, they might have free time anyway, so you just have them start building things like this for you anyway. Right? They take inspiration from a library like this and then just build it themselves. Fuck it. Why not? Like, this one's open source, but like, I could definitely see value in both. If you do exclamation point song, you'll get a link. Yeah, the maintenance effort of building your own library. Like, yeah, it's a lot of effort. So yeah, this is the current song, so it's just the one before it in that list. And Blinter, thank you for the follow. Maybe productivity. Yeah, no, I totally get it. There's a lot of cool free stuff out there. Yep. Yeah, support might be a big selling point. Exactly. Yeah. Does that seem impossible to build yourself? No, I don't think it's impossible. Like, dude, the source code's there, man. All right, you can just pull it down and look at it. I got some theme wrapper stuff. Here's the buttons. Toggle theme, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm sure you can just get the source code and you're good, you know? It's mainly using the view transition API. If you're unfamiliar with the view transition API, you might want to check it out. Motion canvas. I have not. I am using React. Yes, exactly there, monster. Oop, wrong button. The docs seem a little bare bones to me. Oh, interesting, productivity. So, wait, is he back? I knew he was taking a step away from content creation. Is he, like, fully back? Nice. Yeah, I remember when he used to stream here on Twitch. I think he's probably, like, just fully YouTube now, right? But might, like, live stream over there still? Oh, so he's been going for, like, 6 months? Interesting. Okay, so he's not live streaming? Got it. Ooh, see, so yeah, for a work thing, I'm actually building out this UI. So this one I'm doing from scratch. I do want to get, like, the little, like, carrot, like, speech bubble, like, like, tail or whatever. Oh, it's actually, like, a live chat. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to burn your tokens, dude. Oh, shit. Oops. Well, now I feel bad. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's kind of fun. Hold on, we can go dark theme for you. Oh, that's a fun one. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, probably not going to use this. They're all beta too. Does Shadcn have updates? What do you mean by that? Once you import, it's kind of all up to you. Um, I'm sure there's some way you could like make that work, but no, pretty much. There was a good talk at WordCamp, which is like the WordPress conference. Like they do like a bunch of WordCamps all over the U.S. The one here in Seattle, God, like 10 years ago, was cool. Like there was a theme author there. So anyone anyone who's unaware, there are like two camps in the WordPress world of theming like philosophies. There's the idea of child themes. So you may pay for a theme from some like big theme company and you get this parent theme and then you create a child theme that modifies some things about it. But you're still like able to update the parent theme and bring some of those changes into the child theme, etc. Right? So you're just modifying bits, you're not having to like change the entire thing. And then there's the other idea of like starter type themes. And I forget the names of some of the big ones. But basically, starter themes are more like you're going to take this theme, you're going to fork it basically, and now it's your theme, right? That's it. Like it's no longer the same theme. It is your theme now. And the idea or like the philosophy behind that was like the moment you like step foot into a river, you have changed that river. It's a whole new river now. Right? Just due to like erosion and all that. Like even one like stone thrown into that river has fundamentally changed the way water flows through that river. Right? So the starter themes are a river. Once you've forked it, that's it, right? Like you're updating just that is your theme now. It is a totally different theme now. It's kind of like an interesting just philosophy, right? It'll never be the same. You'll never get back to the original river, you know? It's kind of cool. And I believe that's basically the idea and philosophy behind Shadcn as well. Blinter, no, not even that. Like, not even close. Wrong. The idea of forking the original theme, like, no, it's not even a fork anymore. You're just copying it. Same thing with Shadcn. Shadcn, there's no such thing as a rebase because it's more of like a copy and paste. You're not getting updates from Shadcn. It's a whole new river. No, it's not even about intellectual property rights. It's about like updates. It's about like being able to bring in the latest changes. Like, no, I'm sorry. You want to get the latest changes? You just completely copy the original theme again or the original component and apply whatever changes you want to that, but it's not the same thing. Right? The moment you have modified it, it's your own. There's no such thing as bringing back whatever like you brought it from. I'm streaming early? Dude, it's 4:30. I've been live for hours, dude. I normally start at like 1 p.m. So yeah, Chris, like, nah, you're getting here late. My average start time is typically 1 p.m. and it is now 4:30. Yep. Yeah, no worries. You still have to initialize your project, and it creates a JSON config file. So you were wondering if it was just a convenient way of copying and pasting, or if it was more integrated. It's basically just a convenient way of copying and pasting. Like, has anyone here ever like updated a shadcn component? I don't think that exists. I don't think that's a thing. It's whiskey and Coke, Seb. It is absolutely encouraged. That is the 100% right way to go, productivity. Yes, you should be modifying the components. Think of shadcn as just a good starting point. Very few people actually do modify the components, which is why people say shadcn websites all look the same. But it's just, that's just lazy devs. Technically, you could do the same thing with Bootstrap. When people said all Bootstrap sites look the same, I call bullshit, because there's something like let me see if I remember this site. Bootstrap 386 or something like that. Hold on. There was a different one. There's like a demo page. Here we go. See the demo. Right? When people say all Bootstrap sites look the same, I call bullshit. They're just too lazy to actually do it right. Yeah, like this is still just Bootstrap, right? You can use all the components, but this is just some like CSS on top. Is it mobile responsive? Probably not. Well, I don't know. Yeah. Right? But I think that's the biggest thing to remember. When people say shadcn sites all look the same, I disagree. Right? This is shadcn right here. You can then go modify it, change your border radius to make it square, change the, some of this stuff, and then boom, right? Like, now you've got something that is yours. It's still shadcn. But most people don't put in the effort. They're trying to do what I'm trying to do right now. I don't want to put in the effort. Like, I'm just trying to spin up a quick thing. I'm not trying to like reinvent the wheel right now. If you're building something for a client, you should probably be reinventing the wheel a little bit when it comes to theming shadcn stuff. The theme switcher, that was Skyper. Not supported on Firefox? What, like the view transitions? Yeah, that's possible. Used Radix as a starting point. Also very similar. Yeah, like shadcn is built on top of Radix anyway. And hold on. Let me double check something. ZT. Yeah, band. Band. Spam. Yeah, 1 second there, Chris. Let me just report this spammer. Okay. And yes, Shadcn does use Radix under the hood. Yep, 100%. Since we've only met a few days ago, what is your passion? Web dev, game dev, software dev? I'm a web dev, but, I want to do some game dev at some point. When you say software dev, that's like needlessly generic. It's all software. No, product devity, you are encouraged to edit the components you get from Shadcn. That's the entire point. If you don't want to modify the components at all, you can use any component library. Shadcn has less value for you. Maybe that's your job. I have an associate's degree, but you can learn anything just by putting in the work. Like, my 2 year degree didn't teach me any of the stuff that I do day to day whatsoever. I did have one good database design class. I had a couple algorithm classes that I don't use at all in my day to day. No matter what, even if they did teach you that stuff, you have to put in the effort outside of the degree program. That's why most people that graduate and are having a hard time finding jobs probably just kind of suck and they're not putting in any effort. They expect that piece of paper to be the only thing they need. A lot of them would suck to work with because they don't want to put in the effort. And that's fine product devity. It's just a starting point for building your own design system. Those what ifs aren't helpful, product devity. Who cares? If you run into that problem, then you solve it. That's it. All right, so yeah, this is the neo-brutalism one. What is up with the fan right now? Oh, it's like kind of windy outside, so it's messing with the airflow. Ah, that makes sense. Hmm. All right, so let's look at this one, Mix CN UI. Looks like just... dude, more components are being crafted. Yeah, you got 2 of them, dude. What the hell? The hacker button's kind of nice, but... two components does not a... what do they call it? A perfect composition of beautiful components and powerful animations. I know, right? Coming soon. Wink. Hold on, wait. Double wink. That's how you know it's real, right? Double wink. All right, what is this one? Lucacho UI? Wait, it has 41 forks? No way. Wait, really? Hold up. Hold up. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. What? 300 stars. What the fuck, dude? I think that dude just bought some forks and stars. Let's look at the network here. There's no way. Are these bots? They gotta be bots. Wait, 41 forks, but we're seeing 7. Okay, no, there we go. Yeah, very strange to me. Yeah, this one's got a bunch of interesting stuff in it too. Probably not something I'd use. Oh, hold on, didn't mean to close that one. Let's see, this one. Ooh, a time field. That's kind of cool. Yeah, some of these look nice. The retro one. Yeah, this one. It's all right. I kind of wish it was, like it says it's 8-bit. I'd like to see a 16-bit version. No, I am massively not impressed. Yeah, now, that's a nope. Some of these are kind of nice. Wait, click me. I'm clicking you. Nothing's happening. Ooh, some of these are cool, though. Yeah, exactly, Sab. Okay. All right. Oh, I like this. Okay, like the card themes. Yeah, some of these are like pretty popular. This one actually seems a little nice. Yeah, this one's not bad. Some of the pattern stuff. Yeah, we have a disgusted face emote. It's when you do medium. Hold on. And if you're wondering, yes, I specifically am intending that to be like medium.com. I hate medium.com. Oh, we need a mustache upgrade for some of the emotes. There you go. This right here. This is why I hate medium.com. Yeah, everything is paywall. It's fucking bullshit. Like, it's fucking bullshit, dude. Is that up to Medium, or is it the author that did it? Either way, I'm not a fan. And if I can get content anywhere other than medium.com, I'm going to do it. That's fine. I don't want to browse a site that gives the author that power. If your content's not good enough to stand on its own, I don't want to see it. Just put an ad on your site. Just add some ads, and you're done. Right? Like, this dude's content is that good that it's worth paying for? Fuck you. No, no thank you. I can find this info anywhere else. Nope. It's because of greedy authors that I refuse to click all Medium sites now. They're just enabling the worst. Like, their content's just that good. Dude, just post it to fucking Twitter if you want to monetize it or something. Yep, exactly. Yeah, like, dude, it's just the worst. Oh, God. Form fast. How much do we want to bet the creator of all this totally read Mark Liu's book? Or whatever, right? Paid for his course or some bullshit. Mark Liu, the indie hacker, so successful that his most successful projects are selling other indie hackers the dream. The Lopez guy? What do you mean by the Lopez guy? What would I suggest as a platform for a blog? It depends on the blog, Sab. I think if you want to do a tech blog, dev.to, I think is a good one, right? So yeah, dev.to. I think Hacker Noon is fine. I think there's a couple others. I would recommend instead just building your own blog. and statically hosting it somewhere. Ty Lopez? I don't know who Ty Lopez is. Yeah, no worries, Seb. Like, honestly, if you want to just, like, build a blog, Astro is really nice for building blogs. Oh, motivational guru nonsense. The guy who reads 71 books a day probably listens to him on like audiobook and plays them at like 3 times speed and doesn't actually get any info from it. Yeah. Like any of those assholes. Yep. Yeah, I hate those kind of people. If you're not waking up at 4 a.m., you know, you're getting left behind. Right? Who's the guy that's like, by the time you're waking up, I've already gotten 2 days worth of work done. I'm getting 3 days in 1 day or whatever, right? Like, you guys have seen that meme, right? This fucking asshole. My 24 hours is 2 days for me. Right? Like, I can understand, like, segmenting your day, but, like, nah, dude. It was like, yeah, I saw a GIF somewhere or something about it, but, like, dude. Here it is. If you're still operating like a day is 24 hours long, you're cheating yourself. Like, dude, these just fucking charlatans. These assholes with something to sell. I get it, right? The dude has to operate like this because he's going to die from his heart exploding due to all the HGH he does. Right? He has to put in that much time because he's going to die at 40. Dude, it'll always be a thing, right? Right? What's the dude? Kevin Trudeau? This dude, the guy who's in jail still, I think? Maybe he's out of jail now. All right, this fucking douchebag. Natural cures they don't want you to know about. Like, yeah, these fucking assholes have always existed. And they will always exist because clueless people will pay them money. Debt cures they don't want you to know about. Your wish is your command. Like, dude, these fucking assholes, man. These fucking people are the worst. But they will always have a target customer because people want to take the easy way out. That's it, right? People that don't want to put in hard work will spend way more money than they even have to spend just for the promise of not having to put in the work. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that dude went to jail for the amount of bullshit he was peddling. I'm not gonna lie, I actually, I don't remember how we even did it. Like, yeah, like, that shit's convincing. There was, like, a mega memory, like, course that he sold. I still have it. It's like a collector's item, in my opinion, at this point. I fundamentally believe that you can train your memory. I'm convinced that whatever's on those tapes is absolute bullshit, though. Well, I don't. Maybe I don't remember paying money for it, but I'm not sure how we even got it. Like, yeah, I don't know. To those tapes? Ooh, that could be good. That could actually be some fun content. You know what the hard part's gonna be? Finding a fucking tape player. I've never listened to it, Productivity. That's the whole point to those things. Like, most people just buy it, and by buying it, they feel like they're productive, you know? Yeah, like buying courses on Udemy. I'd be really curious how many Udemy courses go unopened or unwatched. It's a shitload, I bet. It's probably like 80%. It's like games in your Steam library. Wait, is what word blocked? Oh, Udemy is absolutely blocked. Yeah, fuck Udemy. Yeah, sorry, Productivity. Yeah, no, Udemy is absolutely blocked. I have a major beef with them. There is a massive like piracy and like copyright issue with courses on Udemy, right? Wes Boss has released courses on Udemy, and then other people will take those courses and republish them. And Udemy has no incentive to take them down because they just make money off of whatever course you buy. They don't give a shit. So yeah, there's a massive like piracy problem on Udemy. And it would be so easy. Like, dude, their name and the person like in the video and the photo they have, they don't even match up. No, not even remade. They're actually just downloading and re-uploading. Yeah, Wes Boss totally had that problem years ago, and they've never fixed it. Oh, there you go, Alex. Yeah. Approximately 70% of the site that shall not be named students never start the courses they enroll in. Yeah, sounds about right. Yep. Yeah, no, we got it there, Alex. It's fine. What's the point of Udemy? To separate you from your money. Like, literally, that's it. Totally it. They don't care if you take the courses at all. Zero whatsoever. They don't give a shit because you already paid them. Which is why they also don't care who you bought it from because you already paid them. Yeah, I hate Udemy. Yes. So Wes Boss's stuff, or at least used to be, on Udemy. And he'd have to just send requests to have people take down the people taking his content. But, you know, you smack one down, another one pops up. Yeah. So yeah, indie starter, form fast. Like, dude, just yeah. That Mark Liu snake oil salesman. Oh yeah, yeah. It could be that easy, product devity, but it would require that they have infrastructure of people verifying those things. That eats into their bottom line. Yeah, the bar is super low. We have a regular named FD who has been trying to hire people, and like 90% of the people they've interviewed have been using, you know, like LLMs to do the work, to complete the tasks. Like, it's a matter of economies. Even if you suck at the job and you get fired after a month, if that 1 month of salary you get from a company is enough to pay for a year of you living, it's absolutely worth it for you to try and like do that, right? Doesn't mean it's the right thing to do, but you could actually like live for an entire year by lying your ass off and getting the job for a month before you get fired. Right? Just due to, exchange rates. No repercussions? I mean, how are you going to verify identities? People can fake an identity really easy. Hey, ChatGPT, spin up a fake user persona with a name and everything and like a work history, and, like spin up a fake LinkedIn profile. All right, I am Jason Myers now. Here's my experience. I was at Scale Grid Systems. I also worked at Nimbus HR. Lightforge Apps. I went to the University of Texas at Austin. I didn't do any of this shit. But it's this easy for the spammers and scammers of the world to create a fake persona, do the interview, and get paid out in some country that has very loose like identity protections, right? And like verifications. Right? That's the world we live in right now. Now, keep in mind, like, none of this stuff's new. It would have taken a little bit more effort for you to craft that stuff by hand. Now you can spit out like 50 of those things and apply to 50 jobs in one day, whereas like it would have taken you maybe, a half hour to create something credible in the past, which limits the amount of things that you could do per day. So maybe you'd have like 8. But that's the problem, right? every single job post that allows remote work on LinkedIn gets thousands of applications. Thousands of applications. Exactly. Yep. It's the world we live in. It sucks, but I don't know. Do you have a fix? I don't. So yeah, that's why it's so hard for juniors these days, because they're up against just a wall of bullshit. Yeah, I mean, you can go look at their repos, do a lot of that stuff. There was a good article we read about this. Let me see if I can find it, because I think that article was really good. And it was about someone basically getting scammed. And it was like interviewing a software engineer who prepared with AI. Yep, at Capwing. Yep, this is exactly the one I was looking for. I'm good. Right? You can't fake a memory. Right? You can't fake a good memory. You got to put in that work. So this article really does like sum up the dangers out there. Right? We'll read some of it for sure. We're not going to read it like top to bottom. But yeah, I just got off one of the most surreal video calls of my life. A live video call with a candidate who is interviewing to become an L3 software engineer at Capwing, our online video editing startup. It started off extremely well. The candidate seemed like a clear fit in terms of background and experience until halfway through when they suddenly were unable to speak any further about any of their technical experiences. When I pressed a bit further, they eventually admitted to having prepared for the interview using AI, and we ended the interview. In this post, I'd like to share about the experience in more detail, as well as the steps that led me to discover that this candidate was not being entirely truthful. So yeah, then they dig into it. Here's the resume. They blocked out the relevant details. Sad part is you could probably use AI to determine what this text is. But here we go, right? Implemented 5+ RESTful APIs as part of an internship. Implemented lazy loading, React hooks, and browser caching, right? Like, okay, cool. Reduced 90% of administrative time between teachers and parents by integrating real-time status updates and automatic SMS sending and reply via Twilio. Okay, cool. And then, yeah, like integrated DynamoDB. Where's some of the other BS in here? Client-side load balancing, blah, blah, blah. All right. It seemed like highly relevant experience for the full stack role. Yeah, blur is actually pretty easy to revert. All right, so they went through the phone screening, camera had to be on, sure. When they don't turn it on, we ask them to reschedule the interview, sure. They showed up with their camera on. Tell me about yourself and what you're looking for, blah, blah, blah. It was highly relevant, right? They were excited for the interview. Tell me about a technical challenge you faced in one of your recent roles. Their answer was strong. They started by describing recent experience working on some app at the college thing, right? They worked on the part of the app that allowed students to send a notification to their parents. He described how, during a client visit, they noticed that there was a spike in the server load. To solve the issue, they implemented rate limiting on the back end as well as a lazy loading solution for the front end. They also added pagination for DynamoDB and retry mechanisms for the app. It seems highly relevant, right? But then things didn't start adding up. So, yeah, right? They wanted to know if they understood how their work fit into the greater picture of the business. So they asked about the spike in server load and what might have been causing it. So he explained that at the daycare, they might have had a class of 30 or so students, but if the teacher would send SMS notifications to all the parents at once, then the Twilio API might rate limit the request. To solve this, they said they decided to batch the outgoing message requests. That doesn't make sense. Right? The Twilio API can't handle sending 30 SMS messages at once? That's weird. So even if that was the issue, batching doesn't seem like it'd solve it. And yet, 30 messages at once. Oh, no. Oh, God. Right? But batching would actually make sending a lot of messages at once even more common. So when would a teacher want to send 30 notifications at once to each of the students' parents to coordinate, right? Was this an issue with smaller daycares with 5 to 10 students? So he might have been right about the batching. Yep. They might be misremembering the batching. But they knew that the Twilio rate limits were an issue that they worked around on the back end. So they circled back. They mentioned they added pagination to DynamoDB. Okay. Why did you decide to implement pagination? What data were you paginating? Let me think about this for a second. And then they were silent, only vocalizing filler words like, Yeah, exactly, Sam. 2 minutes passed as we essentially looked at each other in silence on the video call, and then I asked, how do you not know what data you were paginating? At this point, it had become clear they were not telling the full truth about their experience. After some time, they broke the silence. Can you just tell me the truth? What did you actually work on? To their credit, Sam actually came clean. They admitted to having prepared for the interview using AI. They said that they had indeed worked briefly on the daycare application, but it had been some time ago and they never worked on any of the features that they previously mentioned. They said they indeed had experience with the front end in React, but it had been a while since touching the back end. Right? So normally they don't even say we're not moving forward in the call. But in this one, obviously, like, no. No. Definitely not. So, like, let's reflect on it. So the next stage of the interview process, had the candidate moved forward, it would have been a take-home project. And yeah, they have no doubt they would have used AI to take the home project and pass it, right? So even in behavioral interviews, ask detailed situational questions. In this case, the AI preparation helped them talk about the company, their experience, and their project, but it wasn't able to connect the dots between those things. For example, they spoke about their experience working with people at a daycare and also their project of paginating, but when asked what kind of collection was so large that it needed to be paginated, they couldn't even say. Insist on camera on phone screens. Yep, that's another big one. Even though there are tools now that can do leak code for you while you're looking at the camera. He could, dude, if he was competent, he could have lied his way through it. No problem. All right, make a reference check. This is going to be a big part of things, but even then, some people can just get someone to lie for them. That's not that hard. If you are unscrupulous, you likely know unscrupulous people as well. So yeah, it's just, this is the world we live in. There are liars everywhere. And LLMs and AI are making it so that liars have way more opportunity. Because he didn't put in the effort. He's likely sending off resumes to dozens of companies per day. That's a lot of work to put in when you're trying to hit all the keywords that a company is looking for. right? The biggest problem with liars is that they can't keep their lies straight as time goes on because they can't remember which lies they actually told. Like, that's the general thing. Like, yeah. So, anyway, yeah, I thought that was a fun little excursion there. Yeah, let's keep going. Yeah, it's harder to document everything since you have to modify each submission based on criteria and all that stuff, which means, well, hold on, now I gotta go remember which bullshit resume I sent. Good luck. Someone's gonna build some tool that makes those lies easier to juggle. Maybe sad, yeah, but still, like, fabricating work experience is a really bad idea. Don't do it. Like, his resume had line items of things he actually did that he didn't do. It's actually really easy to call out those people in an interview, but you have to actually read the resume. So, Kinslayer, it's not just that. You need to build a resume tracker, right? You need to track which resume you sent to which company. And then before the interview, maybe have an LLM trained to ask specific questions so that you can practice answering those questions. That could be good. Like, someone's going to make a bunch of money off of it. It's not something I want to build because I have ethics. Exactly, productivity. Yep. I wonder if he's still dealing with the fallout from leaking his keys. You know? Did you not know that? Interview Coder had its API keys public in their GitHub. Because he's not actually competent. He's a vibe coder. Vibe coders do this shit all the time. Because they're not actually competent. Right? Like, his entire Supabase database was leaked, right? Probably dumped because his keys were available. How to be a competent coder? Actually build things. Put in the effort. Blinter, he was using Supabase, so it's already open to the World Wide Web. It's just an API key away. Yeah, exactly. So anyone who had the API key could have dumped the entire database, which means anyone that used that they're out there in the open of having been a customer of Interview Coder. Prisma recommends that you generate your files and include them in version control, and it includes your secrets. Dude, yeah, I consider Prisma to be kind of awful. Blinter. I like how linter is in your name. That assumes that you're competent enough to have a linter turned on. Like, dude. Most vibe coders don't even know what linting is. You think people are vibe coding Rust code, Blinter? Not even close. Hell no. No way. Ooh, there you go, maybe. Yeah. And yeah, Chris Young, you don't even know what a linter is. You're new, though, and you own that, and that's fine. But that's the whole point, right? Like, vibe coders are people that don't want to put in the effort. Like, categorically, just by definition. What do I like as an ORM for Node? It's pretty rare that I'm building any, like, server-side Node projects where I would use an ORM. Like, if I'm doing server-side Node, I'm probably doing serverless, actually, which means I would probably be using DynamoDB as well. So I just built my own, like, ORM for Dynamo because single table data design and all that. So I don't have anything for Node. Drizzle is not bad. I have built something that does like local, like it's a local only kind of app. Yeah, Dynamo's a NoSQL. Dynamo is actually one of the original NoSQLs. So Dynamo and I believe Cassandra were like the original NoSQL databases. So yeah, I built this thing called Orderly. Oh, nope, here we go. And this is like local data. You know, here it's a proof of concept. It's using SQLite, or technically SQ local or SQL local. I don't know how you pronounce it, but it's SQLite compiled to WASM running in your browser. So I'm using Drizzle for the query parts of that, but I'm using Keasley for like the migrations and stuff, because Drizzle tends to want to do migrations from the command line. But because all of this runs in your browser, I needed something to run the migrations in the browser. But there's basically no server involved for this. You do have to fetch the models when you are deciding, like, you know, what Whisper model you want to use, because this is like a dictation app for like writing things. I haven't used it nearly enough, but I need to. But if you're curious about like how and why I'm using two different ORMs, I think, what is it? JS Nation. Yeah, case study for SQLite and Whisper CPP in the browser. So yeah, there's like a whole spiel about how I built that app, if you're curious. Yeah, so keep in mind, Productivity, there is no back end for this. It's a local only client side application, but it does involve using an ORM to abstract over SQL local, because I'm doing SQL in the browser. But there's no keys to leak because it's only on your machine. Yes, so SQ local or SQL local is a wrapper around the WASM compiled version of SQLite. And if you like Postgres, there's also, what is it? PG Lite, I think is the name of it. No, not Listener. Yeah, so you can run full on like Postgres in the browser too. Is it better than local storage? Yes. If you watch the video, you'll get way more of this info, but I'll at least do the little bit. There is the thing known as the OPFS, Origin Private File System. So it's literally a SQLite database, which is a file, running via the OPFS, Origin Private File System, which means it's actually like a file system sandboxed by your browser that runs exactly like SQLite, basically. So much better than local storage. Like massively, massively better than local storage. Yeah, there you go, productivity. It's really cool. Yeah, it's magic, man. I think for a browser extension, it might be trickier because you need HTTPS, right, to allow the things that OPFS needs, right? So, like, HTTPS has to be on. Where did I learn about it? I don't know, man. When I'm building stuff, I Google. You can just read things. It's kind of cool. We live in this major future where you can just read things. So it's still subject to the same browser storage quotas. I'm drinking whiskey and Coca-Cola. But yeah, SwagDev. You're still going to have the same restrictions file-wise, right? Like file quotas, etc. By the amount of memory, you mean storage space. Remember, memory is not storage space. Wasm SQLite is limited by the amount of RAM you have? I don't think so. Because it's like if you're using Wasm SQLite and you're writing to OPFS, you're using the file system. If you're running Wasm SQLite without access to the file system, then yes, you're limited by RAM. Right? Like SQLite isn't purely limited by RAM, right? All right, so let's finish looking at component libraries. I think we'll just either do raw shadcn or maybe neobrutalism. I do think it would be really fun to make a neumorphism version of shadcn. Memory available to the WebAssembly runtime. That's only if you want to keep all data in RAM. SQLite doesn't require that, though. Like, SQLite can run in two different flavors, right? SQLite can be purely in memory, or it can be based off of a file. If you're running based off of a file, you don't need to keep everything in RAM. So productivity, again, I think there's a difference there. I think there's a fundamental difference to be aware of. I don't think that's the case. It's only if you're using pure Wasm SQLite, not the OPFS-enabled version. I'm not positive. I don't have any docs, but I don't see why that would be the case. If it has direct file system access, it can do all the same stuff that SQLite does. Right? Like, do they call that out on SQ local? Because that is what I'm wondering. Right? Like, read through what they're talking about here. I feel like they would be listing that as one of the constraints. I could be wrong. I feel like it should probably be like an issue or something. And if you're really curious, maybe post an issue asking about it. And yeah, let me know if you get a reply. If you're talking about just the Wasm compiled version of SQLite without file system access, then yeah, it has to be in RAM. Again, man, read up on it, ask a question over there. I don't know. I think there's a lot of assumptions being made on both sides. Like, you know, you and me. That makes more sense. A limitation of being a Chrome extension. Sure. Because what I'm pointing out is I don't think the Chrome extension has OPFS access because it's not HTTPS. That's the entire point I'm trying to make. OPFS requires being on an HTTPS domain. Browser extensions don't have that. Like, I'd be curious if Chrome extensions have file system access at all. I don't think they do. All right, so we're just double checking to see if any of these component libraries are worth looking at. They all just seem to be pretty basic shadcn wrappers without actually offering any specific styling of their own. In Manifest v3, you do have OPFS access. Oh, interesting. Is that like something you have to specifically request as part of like the permissions? Okay, yeah, that's news to me. I didn't know that. I haven't done much with Manifest v3, so yeah, makes sense. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't think we need this either. Yeah, nope. I just wanted something like, you know, with like a style that didn't look like just standard shadcn without having to put in the work. Because I'm lazy, because this is just a demo project. All right, so yeah, let's close some of these. It's crazy how many, like, oh, that's kind of nice, actually. Ooh. Oh, I'm sold. We're using this one. Yeah, it's one of those things where you got to look every once in a while just to check. I think we'll just use raw shad CN or raw neobrutalism. We could use Bootstrap 386. We could do it. No, I am lazy, but like for certain things. Yeah, Shad CN still uses Tailwind. So yeah, is someone asked, is skeuomorphism still a thing? Like, yeah, I forgot how far back that was before we got into the rants. And no, maybe it isn't, but 5 years ago, we can bring it back. What's old is new again, man. Hence, neobrutalism. We could use this one, but no, probably not. Yeah, exactly. Riffing with CM Griffing. Yeah. Ooh, the claymorphism. Oh, this one's kind of fun. With a different font, maybe? Yeah, I could see that. Oh, wait. Vintage paper? Meh. Some of these are really hard to read. Like the new morphism? Yeah, new morphism would be good, except that the component library is pretty outdated. Like, it hasn't been touched in years. What grabs me more? The font, the layout forms, or the colors? I mean, colors are changeable. Full dev, no. Component libraries do break. But we could try this one, because why not? Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's try it. Why not? Right, it's just a demo project, you know? The one that we're like doing this to build for work will most likely be styled differently anyway, but yeah, let's try it. Fuck it. We'll still use Tailwind for like layout and all that BS. There you go. Yeah, that'd be fine. It's for the thing that we're building, right? Really, Blinter? Haven't you been here before? Is today really the first day you're here? Oh, looks like it is, huh? No, I looked at your chats at least. Yeah, your first messages are today. Let's bring this back over to here. And, ugh, the ad. Give me just a second while I go use the restroom. Oh, their menu doesn't work. Lame. But all right, let me go pee. I'll be right back. You can't get that song out of your head? It's a good one, man. Junior? We'll play it here in a second. Alrighty, and I'm back. Do exclamation point song, and you'll get a link. It is great music to program to. Yeah, for sure. Ooh, there are dialogues. Nice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Brought to you by Bayer. When I missed some follows, hold on. Umar and Limon con Chile. Ooh, that's a good name. Front Volt and Tony Coder. Thank you all for the follows. Welcome. Oh, and it's finally chilling out here in Washington. We got some cloud cover now. Oh, yes. We're going to be getting like a much chiller vibe here in Washington. I'm looking forward to it. Today was a bit warm. Warmer than I want. But, okay, so I think we need to do a little bit more. So we installed some stuff there. We also want to add Yotai. Okay, I was like, whoa, what's up there? No, I get it. Yeah, yeah, for sure. It's one hell of a wall of text right there. Yep, it is just Yotai. Cool. There's usually other things that I install as boilerplate. I'm trying to remember if there's any others I want to add real quick. No, I think we're good. Right, we're using React. Or we're using Next, so we got the router taken care of. Only reason we're using Next for this is because there will be a backend endpoint for GitHub auth, because they don't allow it to be the implicit flow, like front end only. And yeah, how's everyone's holiday weekend going? So yeah, I think we have all the libraries we need. We'll spin up the dev servers, and we'll start scaffolding out just some of the BS of the app. Damn, that sucks, Chris Young. That really sucks. Yeah, I went to the grocery store today, so I was going to buy another bottle of whiskey. Like, I'm not going to go through the rest of this today, but I didn't want to go back to the store tomorrow or the day after or whatever, right? But I forgot my ID. Like, I have my, like, temporary ID, but, like, when I got stuff delivered the other day, I had my ID, like, out of my wallet, and I forgot to put it back in. So that's annoying. But I'll be eating some sushi tonight for dinner, and I picked up some gyoza as well, and that should be pretty good. Okay, so we want to spin up the dev servers again. Yeah, you need ID to buy alcohol. Yeah, surely. Yes. Is that not a thing in the UK? Or are you saying that I look old enough that I shouldn't need ID? I'm actually a little bummed. I didn't get carded by a single like bartender when I was down in Arizona. They did check like one of the bars like one night when it was busier had someone at the door, and they did check me there, like because they have to at the door. But the fact that the bartenders were like, "Nah, he's old enough." Dev J, I could do that one. I could totally do that one. It's Scottsdale. Yeah, that might have been part of it. Oh. Yeah, Strawberry. Shit. Sorry. Yeah, I totally forgot you're down in that area. I met up with another viewer, Keegan, while I was down there. Should have let you know, like, when I was going to be available. There's going to be an event at the Get Kraken offices on June 4th. You're more than welcome to show up. It's going to be like a meetup. So, like, AI and beer or whatever, I think is like the name that my boss gave it, which should be fun. I'll be giving just a short like lightning talk about building an MCP server. So yeah, if you're curious, I can get you the details. I don't know if we're posting it to Luma or anything like that, but we should, in my opinion. You like the Monday holiday vibe? Yeah. Yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow too. I'll be streaming all week besides Wednesday. Yes, June 4th. I believe that's a Wednesday, correct? I'll have to double check. It is? Yeah. So, yeah, it should be that June 4th. We're, like, confirmed and everything. My boss got the emails sent out to, like, customers and stuff. Yeah, I'll be flying in, like, just for that, like, evening. And then after the event, I'll be flying to Albuquerque, which is going to be annoying. Like, just having to fly that much back to back, but is what it is. Perfect. Nice. The whiskey is Four Roses. It's pretty much my go-to. Like, it's nice and cheap, but it's like sippable. Like, you can drink like straight Four Roses and it's fine. Whereas like some of the others, like straight Woodford, can be a little rough. Straight Basil Hayden is even like a little bit rougher than it could be. But man, just like, yeah, straight up Four Roses is solid, and it's a really good deal. Looked like Jameson to you? Really? Jameson's a green bottle, isn't it? All right. We'll leave the font because who cares? Let's go look at the website. Yep, so there that is. Here on the page, we're just gonna gut everything on the page. Four Roses bourbon better than 3 commas tequila. Jameson can be clear bottles. I've never seen a clear Jameson bottle, but that's fine. Looks like an old lady perfume bottle. That's a shitload of perfume. That's a shitload of perfume. It's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, I don't know if that's the right net to cast, personally.
All right, hold on. I want to hear Synthwave Belongs in a Museum. Let's do it. Hold on, let me log into Bandcamp. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, damn right. But hold on. Now let's play Synthwave Belongs in a Museum, Junior. Ooh, there was a good burp. I am so thankful I learned how to burp. Throughout my entire 20s, I didn't know how to burp. It was kind of terrifying. It would work up into this pressure in my stomach and then blah, like giant burp, and like it would be like brings a tear to the eye how much better it would feel. Like it was amazing. React Native offline first apps? I don't. I have done some React Native, but not offline first. You may want to look into, what is it, Zero by like the Replicache company, and then there's another one that seems interesting, Electric SQL. Sab, you've never burped? I don't think I believe you. I don't think I believe you. I don't know. And yeah, who was that? That was like what it was Dev J, right? Can't get this song out of your head? The way to get a song out of your head is actually to listen to it a bunch. Or just find another song to get stuck in your head. Yeah, you can actually like listen to it enough that like your brain's like satisfied. I mean, Seb, that's called breathing. A lot of people have air going through their nose. Like, duh. A lot of people have air going through their nose. I do this weird thing where like my eyes just like close automatically sometimes. It's so weird. Yeah, it's called blinking. I'm just having some fun, Sab. Take it easy. Who's in what avatar? Right? That one? Take it easy, child. Yeah, X9, which avatar? All right, so yeah. What about awesome t-shirts? A Mr. Griff coding cult membership t-shirt? Honestly, I've been meaning to do some swag. I'm slacking on it. Like, I want to do custom CM Griffin beanies, right? Like a little Mr. Sir logo right there. That'd be great. Right? Like that, but like a little like beanie tag. That'd be awesome. Alex, look at all them beanies. I gotta switch them up from time to time. But yeah, I tend to change the beanie daily. It's pretty rare that I wear the same beanie 2 days in a row. It does tend to be like the same 3 or 4. So this blue one is one of the more rare ones that I swap to. But I've got I've got a stable of like 5 that I kind of swap between. There's like the 3 main ones. And yeah, I need to get some more stickers printed too, actually. I'm like running low on them. Oh, did I change today? No, I've had this beanie all day. You might be thinking last night. Have you slept since last night? Yeah, exactly. You might need to get some sleep. But also, I was up till 4 a.m. today, like on the gaming stream. Oh, sorry, X9. That's from the show Parks and Rec. Yeah, no worries. It's a really good show. I highly recommend it. It starts out as basically like a clone of The Office and then becomes its own thing like in season 2. Which is funny because The Office started out as a clone of the UK Office and then became its own thing in season 2. And wait, hold on. Sleep? Useless. Surly. Nailed it. That is a solid joke. That was a solid joke there. Surly is the owner and operator of the CMG Beanie account. Here and on Twitter. Oh, that's it. Yeah. We want to get rid of the globals.css stuff for the moment. All right, so yeah, home. Is there an install? There is. All right, so let's just do this. All right, let's just add some random stuff here. And next image, nope, definitely not. Yeah, exactly, Speedy. Yeah, it's funny. And I'm pretty sure Surly every once in a while like goes and crops the beanie and changes it like based upon like what I'm wearing that day, which is kind of funny. That'd be kind of a cool automation. I don't know how you'd do it, but that'd be kind of cool. Like, could an LLM do that? Could you prompt ChatGPT that way? That could be cool. Oh, shit. So this is the problem with using an old component library. Okay, so yeah, Tailwind is not kicking in. Oh, did I comment that out? No, we are importing globals. What? Dude, I've run into this problem in the past, like, just in the past couple days, of Next.js not actually being Tailwind compliant by default. What the fuck, dude? So inside the root layout, globals.css, and I don't have that editor open to look at easily. Damn it. We are on next 15, right? Yeah, React 19, next 15. Right? As of Tailwind 4, 0 config by default. Even if, like, yeah, we see the red for these components because they're not technically React 19, but the layout is just doing a padding 4 that's not taking effect. Right? So it's not even about the component, it's about just regular old Tailwind. Something here is broken, but I've run into Tailwind not working the exact way I wanted multiple times. Now here's the other part. We go back to their boilerplate. This actually was working. Oh, it isn't now, though. Well, no, it's actually working. It's like this file is not taking effect. That looks a bit broken too. How do I feel about Memorial Day? Other countries don't have it? Hold on. Where's my calendar? There was some other holiday. Countries like Russia have Victory Day. Very similar, I think. Other countries have the idea of Labor Day. Very similar. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a holiday. I think other countries have something similar. I feel like Victory Day is close. Right? Memorial Day is about like the troops and like wars and BS, right? I understand Labor Day is a different concept. I think Victory Day might be pretty similar though. Yeah, I would say Victory Day is probably pretty close to what Memorial Day is meant to represent. I don't know. I don't care. Who gives a shit? Who fucking cares? I don't care about most holidays, as long as the fact that I get them off of work. Yeah, interesting. So, right, the padding stuff is kicking in. Justify item center is kicking in. Yeah, but something's up with how the buttons are styled and like the link styling. Yeah, where the hell is index.css coming from? Which index.css? Oh, that's the new morphism stuff. Oh, so the new morphism was breaking a bunch of stuff. Interesting. Oh, so the padding does kick in, and then when I do this, it doesn't. But what if I just move it down? No. So it's like this new morphism CSS file is breaking things. Oh. Well, hold on. Is it though? It is. Oh. Oh. So it's something that like this thing is overriding at the body level. Got it. So actually the utilities were loading. Okay, I wasn't seeing it. That makes more sense. So then we can just do this. We'll just give another div wrapper. Yeah, it was just the CSS file overriding things. Maybe. Wait, what? The new morphism library is overriding all padding values. Well, here's the nice part. The library is so out of date that we don't have to worry about them updating things out from under us. Right? Like, nope, not a problem. Gone. Okay, that'll work. Whatever. Okay. Damn. My shoulder almost dislocated right there. Gotta be careful about raising it above my head. All right. I get it now. I get it now. Here is what we will do. So here in layout, I don't think I actually needed that div wrapper. We can just do it on body. Whiskey Coca-Cola. You remember the shoulder clip? Yeah. For anyone who hasn't seen the shoulder clip, you need to suffer as we suffer. Hey, what's up, Portuga? How you doing? That's fine. You don't have to drink it. More for me. Surly, have you never seen that? I find that surprising. Yeah, my shoulder dislocates because of snowboarding. It's probably dislocated over 100 times. Warm whiskey Coca-Cola sounds terrible. Ugh. The chair clip is good. The chair one's good. The head bobbing? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. You're building up a good, strong neck. There you go, Sam. We got the GIF at least. The foot dangling is so good. What the fuck? Let's see. So we bring in card. Oh, okay. So yeah, we got to do this separately. We'll do it as a component. If you do exclamation point song, you can get the song that's playing, and playlist will get you the Bandcamp playlist. Not sure why you tagged Surly on that one though. Oh, never mind. Sorry, no, Surly actually did make a comment. My bad. I missed it. Yeah, I know Clarkio. He's great. Okay, so there we go. Nice. Yeah, that's actually fine. Instead of components, um, conferences, why is this taking so long to load? Okay, there we go. That was weird. Well, I'm probably going to need icons, right? So we should bring in Lucide. All right, so one thing I want to do, we're going to make the background be the light BG. Is this peak web dev? I don't know. Okay, so now that we got these things in here, what we'll do is in the header component, we are going to have a login page. We'll just do a constant here. Oh, that would be why that was broken. There we go. All right. It's not ideal, but we'll just do this as a button. Okay, yeah, I'm liking this so far. It's not bad. This. Oh. Okay, and then in here. Uh, sure, why not? Now let's go look at this. Is there a way to do a button as a link? Nope. Yes, this is where like GhaaD would be much nicer as well. Meh, whatever. I wish there was like an easy way of just grabbing the styling that they're putting on the button. I think we could actually do it. I don't like it, but maybe we can do this. Nope. Oh, and we don't have CLSX. All right, so that's something we'll have to fix. Man, I hate this component or this CSS component library already. I can understand why it hasn't been touched in years because dude did it totally wrong. But whatever. It's fine. It's fine. We'll fix it. What would be the right way to do this? We could just do it in utils. Where's the border radius coming? CL for RU. So why isn't that on there? That was it. Yeah, I don't think I actually like that styling there. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, we're going to abstract this out. It'll be called link button. So here in components, Excuse me. All right, add all missing imports. We end up having the div inside of it. Was that a Gesundheit? Okay, so we've abstracted out the link button, which means now we can just say link button. We don't have to do that. Yeah, that makes sense. There we go. Is two space indent default on TypeScript? I've seen it a lot. I don't know. I think it's more like default with prettier, which a lot of TS projects use, but you can configure that per project as you see fit. Like it's not like TypeScript doesn't care about your formatting. Prettier, the library does. Okay, so yeah, this is looking kind of nice. How do we all feel about the styling of this? It's not bad, yeah? Take it easy, Sab. We're not looking for any of that X versus Y stuff here. If you want to write TypeScript and have, 0 types, you're totally allowed to do that. All valid JavaScript is valid TypeScript. It's a needless dichotomy. Yep. Should probably set up a 404 page. Next, JS 404. Is it not found, or is it literally 404.js? It is literally 404. All right. Woo. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Wait, what am I messing up here? Export default function. Oh, pages router. No, we wanted it for this, which then means 404. So we want to call it not found. Yeah, okay. Pages router. Got us. Got us. There we go. Okay. Actually, we don't need to make that a card. I do want to do like an icon, and what would the icon be? Shrug? Shrub? Sure, shrub. Nailed it. Shrimp. What icon should we use? I don't know why. Brown. We'll make it a 60. something like that. All right, there we go. Boom. Now we got a 404 not found page. How do we feel about it? Solid 404 page? Now hold on. Is there like an inverted button? Oh, maybe it's for card? Yes, inset. I'm wondering if we should do the header as an inset. Ooh, I kind of like that. Ooh, I kind of like it. It's not bad. Yeah, I like this new morphism stuff. More and more, I want to create a ShadCN wrapper that does this. Going in the Trello board. Yep, it's official. God, I have too many projects. Yeah, no worries, Seb. Yeah, I'll be over on gaming here in a bit. Like at around 8, I need to do a call with Robotic Head for some work stuff. And then after that, I'll be on gaming channel. Being this organized for just one project? I mean, you call this organized? Thanks. But yeah, once I do this, like, maybe like a half-hour call with Robotic Head, just like test out the CLI for GitKraken, I will be on gaming channel eating some sushi and playing some game. Yeah, I want to play some more of the Expedition 33. The Trello board, but also yes. So the Trello board is not just one project. This is like all of my project ideas. So this is just how I like keep track of all of my project ideas. Like, it's a lot. And I even have a separate one tomorrow on stream for the holiday. We will actually take all of the tabs to the left of my Trello board. These are the archive. We will take the archive and put it into this Trello board as we go. So yeah, this is like organizing for like content and then just things I want to make sure I don't lose, etc. So yeah, tomorrow on stream, the first thing we are going to do is go through all of my tabs. Should be fun, right? Oh yeah. And then I'm thinking, I'm pretty sure I can stream on June 3rd. I'll be flying down for June 4th for that event, but on June 3rd, it's technically our stream anniversary. It'll be 7 years of streaming. I'm going to shave the mustache on that day. It's too bad Sab left. Sab's been looking forward to that day for a long time. But I will shave the mustache live here on stream on June 3rd. I've been meaning to do it for ages. All right, so yeah, we get to the home page, we do some of this. I'm not even sure about like how we want to do the app structure. I just wanted to get some buttons in there for the header. I'm not sure what would go on the home page versus the sub pages. Homepage would describe the app. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we're still just like brainstorming what goes into this. And it doesn't have to be perfect, right? This is still just like a proof of concept. Let's look at what is in the component library, because there's most likely going to be like a select drop down. We don't see a select component. Oh. So we're probably going to have to use dialogues. Yeah, interesting. There is no drop down component. That's another thing we'd have to figure out and fix. Oh, I like the divider. Oh, that one's nice. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But they have the idea of tooltips, right? Like a tooltip kind of has the same problem. Where it pops out from the surface, you know? Like it's totally disconnected from the surface. But I kind of get what you're saying there, Blinter, right? Like, a drop down is no longer part of the surface, so it kind of like breaks away from mimicking like a real world, like tactile thing. But there's other ways we could do it. Like, and a dialogue has the same problem, you know? Yeah, I think I could just do a dialogue to get away with it for now. But in the future, if we want to create like a shadcn version of this, we'd have to, right? Like, because shadcn, we would want to have like 100% feature parity with what shadcn implements. Because really, like, all we would be doing is doing custom styling. We'd have to look at how that styling gets implemented and all that jazz, but yeah, I don't know. I think a new morphism shadcn would be really fun. Does that seem like something people would have fun maybe like helping contribute? Because that could be kind of cool. Like we could all like work together to build a shadcn component library. I've never made one. Sounds kind of fun. I mean, icons are separate. Like icons are Lucide. Like Lucide handles the icons. We wouldn't need to like worry about icons whatsoever. If you're curious, right? Like neo-brutalism, this is a wrapper around shadcn. They don't have to solve the icon problem. Other things provide the icons. This is just a shadcn, or sorry, a Lucide icon, I'm pretty sure. It's not their problem. But all of this is just shadcn. If you want to get one of these components, it's just as simple as a button, and then run this. Like, you actually run literally shadcn to do it, but then you add via the button.json that's hosted on this website. Could be cool. right? But it's just like a lot of stuff to build. Badges, avatars, alerts. It wouldn't be too bad. And we could literally look at how this component library is doing all that stuff. We'd want to make it just as configurable, maybe. So, like, you could adjust some of this stuff. So, Coagula, ShadCN is a wrapper on top of Radix already. But ShadCN has a better install process. Like, ShadCN is doing a lot of the heavy lifting of configuring these things, right? They've got a CLI tool to help you with some of it, right? But the nice part to recognize is that if you want to get started with this library, and yeah, my Zoom is messing with it a bit. Oh, I see what's happening. I'm looking for a job. Click here for more info. That was breaking that part. Hold on. Actually, I wouldn't mind looking at what they're doing because, yeah, they seem really good. Let me go clear local storage real quick. Yeah, no, they seem good. I'd push back and say they need some padding at the bottom here to separate these lines from like the bottom edge, but yeah, I'd say they need some padding at the top to separate that from the top edge. Otherwise, what's the point of the top border, you know? But I'm not a designer, so maybe, fuck, I don't know, man. A CSS library based on, yeah, I just saw that. Woohoo! We should have used this. What was I thinking? I blew it. We should have used this. Oh, this is cool. They do good work. So, real quick, who out here is trying to get a front-end job? If you're looking for side projects that would make sense for a front-end dev job, consider stuff like this instead, right? Especially if you're more like design-focused. Think about design things you could do where you don't have to do too much like application dev and whatever, and you could just make your own stylized wrappers around ShadCN, right? Like neo-brutalism. You could do just a drop-in CSS file like this CS16. You could do themes for Astro or some other frameworks that you like. That's kind of like a really easy and straightforward thing where you don't have to do application like product design. You're just doing like design. If you're not a design focused person, well, maybe not the right thing, but there are some people out here who are closer to like designers than they are developers. We need those people in the world, right? At an agency I worked at, we called them dev-ziners. But there is a major place in the world for dev-ziners, developers with like a design eye to things. Whereas there's people like me who are not designers that need dev-ziners to design component libraries for me to use. I don't have an eye for design. I'm trying, which is why I was looking at like the line at the bottom here and like, oh, I wonder. Doesn't mean I'm right. I can have opinions though. And the number one thing to becoming design focused is to have opinions. But it doesn't mean I'm good at it. But yeah, I'm just throwing that out there. Like, think about like really like stylistic things you could do that are just like plug and play with other things out there in the world. So then all you're doing is showcasing your ability to do design stuff, right? To like understand how to integrate Figma style like design BS into components and blah blah blah. Like, I don't know. If someone wants to steal my idea for a new morphic wrapper around GhaaD, do it. Steal that. I'd love to not have to do it myself. If you want to build a component library that does this, but it's a wrapper around GhaaD instead, that'd be awesome. Is it going to be the most used thing in the world? No, but it showcases your ability to understand how to build something like this. And you can build out the application for configuring it, right? Like going here and clicking styling. Like this is still application dev. Doing this and making it like apply to the rest of the application and customizing and blah, blah, blah. Like I still consider this a legit app. You've got state that's applying to the rest of the website and all that stuff. Could be really cool. So this is called neo-brutalism. This is just a wrapper around GhaaD. If you were to build something that is neumorphism, which is like this style, then go for it. But you could also find other styles, like just head to Pinterest or, I don't know. Dribbble? Is Dribbble the place to find like style inspiration? Yeah, show and tell for designers. Find some like style that you want to like replicate into a component library. That'd be awesome. Yeah, man. Go for it. Make one call it like gilded and it looks like everything's made out of like gold. You know, like that could be fun. Has a lot of unrealistic designs. Absolutely. Yeah, Dribbble is like a Figma developer's playground. Totally. I'm not saying make every single thing you see. Build something that makes it look like it's like carved into wood instead of like made out of clay. Like this, right? Like this looks like it's made out of like clay or rubber or something. You could make a like what would you call like a wood engraved component system or whatever, right? Balsa. Ooh, you could call it balsa. Right? Like balsa wood or like, you know, find some wood type and name it. And then bam, you got a component library that makes it look like, you know, the center console of a really expensive car. Fuck it. You know? Or some old school like 60s stereo or something, right? There's so much stuff you could do. And I think building a component library is something that front-end developers have to do on a regular basis. If you are a front-end dev in general, someone will eventually task you with building a design system. They'll give you the Figma, and then they'll have you just run away with building the components for it. Could be value in it. Maybe there is. I don't know. Could still be fun. But in the same way that this dude, right, like on the home page, maybe I lost it because I clicked it. Right, something as popular as this, you could totally throw a, hey, I'm looking for a job at the top. No problem. I don't think anyone would actually push back and say, how dare you? The only thing I would comment on is, dude didn't take that into account when he was doing his absolute positioning. This is one of those things that you would only think about and only notice when you've developed apps for so long and you have to do those like banners at the top, like marketing BS banners. Does it fuck up your entire layout? Well, yeah, there's some stuff you got to do to fix it. Right, the fact that getting started here is getting cut off because the positioning and the height of this top bar is a bit like hard coded. It's easy enough to fix. It's just something they didn't catch because they probably hacked out this banner like real quick. Nothing wrong with it, but you can always fix it. You can always make it better. If we wanted, we could probably create an issue to let him know. Fine. Fine. All right, done. We'll go create an issue. It's the right thing to do. Is cutting off right? It's the right thing to do, right? We don't have to fix it. We can just share. And then it's still their problem, but they maybe just didn't notice. And it would make them look better if they fixed it. So, yeah. If you notice stuff like that and it's an open source thing, it costs you nothing to let someone know. You saw how quick that was. Screenshot, annotation, make a quick issue, done. Someone else's problem now. If we really, really, really cared, we could make a PR. If any of y'all really, really, really care, you could make a PR. It's open source. But yeah, I really do think building a component library is something that front-end devs will have to do at some point. You could demonstrate your value by building one as part of your portfolio, rather than worrying about creating an app from thin air or making yet another to-do list. One of the most common tasks front-end devs will have is building a design system at various companies, maintaining a design system, building documentation for other devs to consume that design system. So just throwing that out there for anyone that is truly like front-end focused with an eye for design. It's crazy that, well, I mean, here's the thing. You didn't know they were looking for a job. You don't know who they even are. How many people are going to go through like the steps of figuring it out? Like going to here, figuring out who the person who made it is. Like they got to go into contributors and figure that out. Got to wait for it to load. There's a lot of like effort involved for someone to discover the person that built this, right? Whereas instead, you can just put a little like feeler out there and bam. Now, hold on. One more thing. Let me click into it. Let's just look. So they're based in Serbia. That's their biggest problem. If they were based here in the US, there's a bunch of people we could like refer them to and bam, they got a job. Like if y'all don't know, Theo makes money from referring good devs to companies. He makes a finder fee, etc. Like a recruiter basically. But he's very selective about the people he'll do that for. And typically they need to be in San Fran. Like in general. Not always. If that dude lived in San Fran, I would be doing a referral for Theo right now. Like, dude, this guy needs a job. But it's hard being in another country. So that's tough. Yeah, someone who builds something this cool, like, oh, I'm sure this person's got a job. They killed it. Like, oh my God. You know? Like what's the quote? Like open mouths get fed. If no one knows you're hungry, no one's gonna feed you. I think the quote is actually closed mouths don't get fed. That's the quote. I had it backwards. All right, so yeah, let's close some of this. We got Yotai. All right, so then, yeah, thinking about the app we got. We spent most of today ranting. The other part of today, scaffolding some stuff and checking out component libraries and settling on this one just to like fiddle with it and have some fun with it. I really, really want a Shad CN version of this. And we could do it at some point. But our next step would then be filling out the app. And getting data from the, oh my God engine into this page. So like fetching conferences, fetching talks. We're going to do it with mock service worker first, but pretty soon we're going to have to set up like the GitHub integration part of it. Which is easy enough. It'll have to be a Next.js app. We'll have to put it up on Vercel or Netlify at some point. just to do like the GitHub auth part. But yeah, I really like the idea of Oh My GhaaD like as a library for other people to build applications with. If we can prove the idea with this demo project, I would be very confident proposing talks and, describing it. Like taking it to conferences and meetups and stuff like that. We are at 7:42 p.m. though. I would actually go way later tonight because it's just a holiday. Why not? Tomorrow we could go way later, but I do have a call with someone that's going to help me evaluate the use case for a CLI tool that we're building at GitKraken, and I need that user feedback. Just to, to point out that I'm actually doing work. I'm not just some slacker. Well, I am just some slacker, but I'm also doing work. So who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? We see some game dev. We see a lot of game dev. We see BlazeBits, LangGraph AI hacking. BlazeBits would be a good stream to raid, maybe. Evan MMO is making an MMO. Go figure. See people learning Godot or Godot or however you pronounce it. Man, a lot of Brazilian streamers at this time of day. Oh, Coding with Strangers? Let's go raid Coding with Strangers. Let's do it. He's doing some game dev, it looks like. And just, chatting and hanging out. And Coding with Strangers is a good dude. So we're going to go raid him. I will be over on Gaming Stream in, let's just say, at around like 8:30, 8:40. I will have to eat some sushi and some gyoza, so we'll watch some TV show or something for like a half hour or so. And then we'll be gaming tonight, playing some Expedition 33, or possibly some Last Epoch or something, We got time. Like, why not? I'm gonna be playing some games tonight. I just haven't fully decided which yet. Probably Expedition 33. But I don't know. We got options. We'll figure it out. I'll put it to a vote to the people over in Gaming Channel while we're over there. I will be back here tomorrow. We'll see what time I go to sleep tonight. I was up till 4 a.m. last night playing Expedition 33. Loving every minute of it. But if I can wake up early enough, I might start like an early stream tomorrow too. And we'll do like a nice solid long one. And keep working on this. And proving out the idea. I want to get back into Masijo here very soon though, right? Like the Blue Sky listener thing. We need to like launch that project. Which means I also need to do a bunch of other stuff. And maybe that's why I'm putting it off. Because we got to go in and fix a bunch of Vexilla stuff. We got to go in and fix a bunch of Walter stuff. And then finally we can launch Masijo. So, yeah, it's a little tougher. But they all got to happen. So we'll do it. And yeah, gaming till 4 a.m. Damn right. It's like I was smoking weed or drinking whiskey or something. It's crazy. But yeah, let's go say hi to Coding with Strangers. Thank you all for hanging out. YouTube, thank you. I will be back here on YouTube as well.